And I wrote down the same page numbers, but I didn't see Exhibit 10 anywhere. That was my problem. It doesn't note that that is Exhibit 10.
Why don't you sit here?
But I did go through that. I know exactly where you're talking about.
Okay. Good morning. I'd like to go ahead and call to order our Planning Commission workshop for October the 19th. And as you look at the agenda that we're out front, we will start with any public comments, please. Please.
I have several questions. It's for John. Darlene Mazzala, Inlet Cove. One first question is, why the urgency? Why are we rushing to do this before December 4th? Is there a legal reason that this has to be done?
I'm not answering legal questions in open session.
Okay, that's one question I have. Why are we rushing to do this? Why don't we take our time and just decide to do this? The other question is, last planning workshop, there was a comment, I think by Joanne, that there was a plot that was R3 and C. And she said, why don't we ask the partners what they want, if they want commercial? And my point is, when I come for a variance, do you ask me which variance do I want? Why are we asking and not telling? Okay, maybe with somebody else. And the third question I had is for John, too. Is this the time where you're going to establish the percentage of how many people can short-term rent in each area, too? No. Okay, those are the three questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Good, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and those in attendance. My name is Mark Primar. I'm here representing Kiowa Partners, but there is going to be a portion of my comments that are as a resident at 81 Dungannon Hall. So what I'd like to do is offer some observations, comments, possible recommendations based upon the material that was available yesterday afternoon, but reserve the opportunity to provide written testimony after we've had a chance to review more of it in terms of comments. First and foremost, Kiowa Partners supports the notion of comprehensively looking at a range of standards and use types, and in particular, as we transition from the development agreement era to the non-development agreement era, but in particular, assess the land use configurations at the west end in particular. We're going to have some comments about some of the other parcels that you're considering, but we support that. Additionally, we support the idea of considering the addition of 2 new zoning classifications which address mixed use. This would be the first time that the town has considered something like that, and aside from it being somewhat long overdue, I think it's a good opportunity to really assess not only an appropriate array of mixed-use zoning classifications that might be used in an appropriate location, but hopefully it's a sign that the Planning Commission later on might review all the zoning classifications on the island, as outlined in a comment I'm going to end with. So I want to register support, but we have certain levels of concern. What I'd like to do, if you're okay with this, is to go through each one of the proposals and offer some comments. Is that appropriate, or is it more appropriate at a later time?
Go ahead.
Okay. So bear with me. As it relates to section 12-61, the establishment of zoning districts, I'm reinforcing the idea of supporting the creation of 2 new zoning classifications, and more importantly, supporting the concept of considering mixed use or unique zoning classifications to address a very unusual part of our community type, which is a blend of permanent home, second home, and resort activities. That's a rare combination in community types around the country. It's not rare for second home, recreation-oriented resort communities, but it is rare. So the idea of considering that is we support. Section 12-67.1, the idea of creation of a new zoning classification in the category that I just mentioned, Beachwalker 1 district. My interpretation in terms of a quick examination is that this is a medium density residential classification, which would be good. The density as proposed, 6 dwelling units per acre, is appropriate for a mid-range residential type. But the third point under there shall be no more than 4 dwelling units in any building within this district, we would recommend that you consider increasing that to 6 to 8 per building. The reason I say that is I'm going to end with this other comment, but if you do a full assessment of multifamily on Kiowa, there are a large number within the multifamily category of buildings, modest buildings, quite frankly, that have more than 4 units in a building. They have 8, or they have many more. And the reason that is done is it maintains more open space. The moment you break a building apart for 4 more units, that increases ground coverage exposure, when in fact you can transfer this modest density type in terms of building types. And I would encourage you to drive the island, which I do occasionally, and you'll discover well over 400 of building types that have more than 4 units in a building, that have been more than accommodating in terms of density types. In the medium density in particular, in West Beach, if you go by the conference center, the 3 buildings that wrap the conference center used to be known as courtside when those were tennis courts. Those are 8 units in a building. They're smaller than buildings that have 4 units in a building that are flats. You have in the courtside around the Roy Barth, the tennis, I forget what it was called, but the tennis area where Roy Barth is surrounded by building types like this. So we have full-scale demonstrations of increasing that. Now, section 12-67.2. This is a higher density mixed-use category. Again, we support this concept. It makes a lot of sense. What doesn't make sense is the maximum density is 6 dwelling units per acre. It's still the same density as medium density. This should be a category that it assess and incorporates higher density classifications, such as the 12 dwelling units per acre. I mean, the only difference between the proposal between BW1 and BW2 is just the number of units in a building, but it doesn't change density. When in fact, you should consider recommendations that alter the density consistent with whatever the density pattern is in the proposal. And we're recommending 12 units. That would be the higher density. The other area is on the second page under multifamily. The number of stories are limited to 3 stories. You'll hear me later on say that the proposal is to suggest that the zoning classification be attributed to existing buildings as well as future buildings, but existing buildings that have 4 stories. So essentially, you're creating a zoning classification that when applied will create non-conforming uses, which is a category that I'm going to explain later on. So the recommendation would be to consider 4 floors. Under the principal use and use regulations 12-102, we agree with the concept. The only recommendation that we have is on page 3 of 6, that recognizing that private clubs are permitted in the zoning classification. So it's not just the Kiowa Island Club, the Sandcastle is a private club too. So we would recommend clarification that private clubs are permitted. But we're suggesting that recreational equipment storage, which is oftentimes consistent with recreational uses, be permitted under the conditions. It would be a conditional use. All right, this, I apologize to everyone in the room. This will take a little time to go through this, which is the application of these new zoning classifications or existing zoning classifications to select properties that are being considered by the commission for recommendation to town council. So if I could just walk you, I'll do my best to isolate comments. First, we don't know if there's a draft zoning map yet. I think all of us in the room would like to see a draft zoning map that would ensure the transfer of this, but that's probably a work in progress. So we'll await comments on that. Let me walk down from page 1 on down. Parcel 8, Parkway Gate. This is the parcel that actually is to the east of the general store. It has frontage on, I don't know if we want to bring it up. Should we bring it up, John? The map? Would that be helpful? But particularly for those in the audience, it might be helpful. I apologize. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. It's out of the way.
Zoning or aerial? You just want a zoning map?
The aerial,
That's fine.
would that be okay? That would show property lines, right? Excuse me. Parcel 10 on this aerial photograph is that elongated parcel that is on the back side of the general store, and it has frontage on the parkway, and then goes all the way down the lagoon in that remote parcel until it connects with Greens Lake at the bottom of the page. First and foremost, with our comments about the BW-1 category that I already mentioned, we support the idea of that parcel being this new zoning classification. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Parcel 9, which is the old Beachwalker Office Park, which is to the south of the general store. The proposal is to remove the commercial classification and only have an R2 classification. We recommend strongly that this downzoning is inconsistent with the nature of the use. This property has been a commercial use since the late 70s. The property is substantially cleared because of a parking lot and old office buildings there. To not have that, at least as a commercial classification, is, I don't know how to describe, I don't understand the basis for that when the property has consistently been used as commercial use prior to the town's incorporation, And the zoning, until this moment, in terms of recommendation, has generally been a combination. We would recommend that if we find a better path with the BW-1, that this property be consistent with the property to the east of it that I just mentioned. But as a minimum, it should include commercial classification. It's immediately adjacent to the back of the house of the general store and across the street from a non-residential use. Parcel 10 is already incorporated within the comment and recommendations dealing with parcel 8. So once again, we support that in terms of the mixed use category. Just to reinforce a comment and recommendation we made at the very beginning of this long trail over a year and a half ago, the company has never proposed any residential development on that remote parcel. We have consistently said, unsolicited, before any pressure, that should remain open space, or at least as a part of the overall. So our comments remain the same on that. Parcel 11. This is the Beachwalker Lagoon parcel, which is the largest parcel at the bottom of the page that wraps around immediately opposite Riverview and Inlet Cove Cottages. This is about 6 acres in size. Once again, we support the idea of a mixed-use zoning classification there, the BW-1, with all the prior comments that we've made. By that I mean the comments about building height, number of units in a building, and so forth. Bear with me here. Particularly the number of units in a building. Now, I'm starting to intersperse a simultaneous activity that is underway right now by the town that we're all aware of, which is, in addition to this positive movement of reflecting on zoning and land use standards as we transition, there are 2 site plans that have been in process for well over 4 months now, I think it's approaching 5, that are consistent with the existing entitlements. And those have to have their own resolution. I'm not going to debate that one way or the other than to point out that we believe it meets all the standards. The town has appropriately, upon request, requested a third party to verify whether they meet those standards, but we are assuming, for purposes of our planning, we're assuming that those site plans, in particular the one I'm talking about right now, will be approved because they meet the existing entitlements standards. Parcel 11 is critical to that, in which the proposal here is nowhere consistent with what the site plan is. For example, the number of units in a building. We have proposed buildings that are consistent with the existing standards of 7 units in a building, which optimizes the open space and land use pattern in that area. The former church parcel, we're a bit confused why the former church parcel is part of this, because the heading is related to ARDA transition. The church parcel is not part of ARDA. It went through a proper open public process in 2016 with the town council at that time of rezoning that property to the R-3/C category. It's not part of the development agreement. So we're confused why that's being considered to be rezoned as a part of this process, when in fact it went through all the proper process at that time in terms of the mixed-use zoning classification. However, if it makes sense to have a revised BW-1 category, then it probably would be appropriate to fold that into the zoning classification to be compatible and consistent with the pattern that is being proposed with the other parcels. That would make sense to us, but we're raising our hand asking, why is this parcel being reviewed as part of a transition when in fact it doesn't have anything to do with the development agreement? Moving on to the second page, which moves down to parcel 13. John, at the risk of just go down.
I can zoom out. Just let me know.
That's okay. Yeah, that's perfect, yeah. Because it's covered up with a lot of TMS numbers, because there are a lot of property owners in this area. But I think most everyone in the room is familiar with the pattern at the end of Duneside Road, as well as at the end of Beachwalker Drive. There is a parcel there in the development agreement, a single parcel, parcel 13, which has been master planned as a whole place. It has distinct areas in it, but it was master planned as a singular piece, not unlike all the other parcels, like Riverview and whatever. They're all master planned as a whole piece. So my comments are going to be based upon that point of view, for example. All right, Lot 1 is the one that is not developed right now, and is one of those two site plans that is in process for being reviewed by the town in terms of existing entitlements. We are in support of the approach that is applied to both the Cape and Timbers of a singular new mixed-use zoning classification, BW-2, with our comments that I made at the very beginning, adjustments. We are in support of a holistic, comprehensive approach to the same zoning classification for all of those three parcels, but we are not in support of isolating Lot 1 with a separate zoning classification. It was master planned as a whole. It was a singular parcel in the development agreement. It was fully exposed to everyone in the community that we were master planning this as a whole, of which there were three parties. Timbers was the first phase, the Cape, which is East-West Partners, is the second, and the partners are self-developing Lot 1. So we have a strong recommendation that should be considered in a comprehensive way, not unlike what you're trying to do right now of looking at zoning and land use patterns in a comprehensive way. If that were to be the case, all our comments about BW2 would be a party to this. So, for example, the proposal here is 4 dwelling units in a building. Site plan and the entitlements that exist today, site plan under review, which we believe has standing, has a minimum of 8 units in a building, which is consistent with the standards of the development agreement. So if let's say through a weird set of circumstances that the site plan is approved and has standing, and this zoning as proposed in the document here is approved, we are automatically creating non-conforming structures because it doesn't meet the height requirement and it doesn't meet the number of units in a building. Let's move on to the Cape. The Cape, which is built, or excuse me, underway, under construction, but permitted, so it fundamentally is being built, would fall into the same thing. The reference here to 3 stories, all the buildings are 4 stories, except for the Beach Club. All the buildings are 4 stories. So this zoning classification proposal will create a non-conforming structure. Additionally, the limit of 7 units in a building, it will create non-conforming units within structures. 78 of the 80 units within the Cape will become non-conforming. Timbers, those buildings, there are 3 buildings there. They, in fact, do have 7 units in a building. So the proposal here is consistent. It's properly aligned. But once again, the proposal is to limit it to 3 stories. The existing buildings are 4 stories. So you have fundamentally, we as a community have fundamentally created non-conforming structures and the units within. Clearly, there's a provision in the zoning ordinance dealing with non-conforming conditions. Clearly, that's the case. But it's unusual for a community to knowingly create non-conforming uses. The parcel 12A, we are aligned with that in terms of the R2 category, or if appropriate, a BW-1 category that might be aligned for it. And I'm close to the finish, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
That's quite all right.
Parcel 12B, once again, we're aligned with the R-1 category. We're a little bit confused in that the future land use only limits it, which would be, I assume, the comprehensive plan. It indicates active recreation and open space, when in fact it should also indicate low-density residential. Parcel 16, which is the settlement, the only question that we have there, which is referenced here, is we are consistent with that. We are aligned with what the proposal is, but we need to have confirmation that the spa is a use permitted as a matter of right. The reference here is that it would require a text amendment. So our request at this moment, because there's no sense of urgency on the zoning change for the settlement, there aren't any pending permits, pending plans. Our recommendation and request, quite frankly, is to align that with an active text amendment to verify that the spa is a use permitted as a matter of right. Don't pass the zoning before you have that simultaneous. Or things happen and now we have another non-conforming use. Parcel 41, Osprey Beach, we are aligned with that. The beach club is a permitted use in that category. Let me just end. Again, I apologize to everyone in the room for going through this, not knowing what the action of the Planning Commission is, but I want to reiterate, we support the comprehensive approach to this. We really do. We actively support that. We support the creation of mixed-use zoning classifications, but we have comments about making them more appropriate and more timely in terms of an understanding. We offered our comments about individual parcels as well as the BW categories. And we're going to continue to reserve our comments to provide you written comments once we have more of a chance to reflect. But I do want to end with one thing in particular. Now I'm putting my property owner hat on. I'm not representing the developer. I'm one property owner on a lonely street on Dungannon. Our community in the mid-90s, through creation of an R3 district that limits only to 2 stories, less than a townhouse. Townhouses can be 2.5. Single-family houses can be 2.5. But multifamily was limited to 2 stories and only 4 units in a building. And that took 488 uses, dwelling units that were conforming, and suddenly made those non-conforming. That represented 56% of the multifamily through that action. It was self-imposed. It wasn't, we didn't inherit non-conforming conditions. We precipitated it. If those 2 site plans that are in process are approved, but even if they weren't, and then we only included Timbers and the Cape, which are either built or underway, we will now add another 235 non-conforming situations, structures, units within structures. That jumps the non-conforming category of multifamily to 64%. That makes no sense. I remember early in my professional career, I worked for a planning commission in Savannah, Chatham County, and I had a responsibility, I did it kicking and screaming, but there were no jobs for architects in the for-profit sector. But it was healthy for me to understand the dynamics of land use control, because that was what my responsibility was. And I learned from extremely skilled professionals how to think through that and assess change. And I had one person tell me that when you review building permits at the end of each year, review them on another level, which is how many variances were requested, and in particular, was there a pattern of an increased number of variances in a particular category? Because that suggested that you may want to reflect on a standard that has evolved over time. An example for us would be, who would have thought of generators being a part of our world now when the standards that were established? So we're reflecting on setbacks as it relates to modifying existing homes. But if you start to see an increase in number of variances, that's an indicator. That doesn't necessarily mean you change the standards. It just is an indicator of reflection. The other is non-conforming uses or structures. When those generally happen, it's usually a result of an incorporated area annexing other areas that have been developed under prior standards or limited standards. So for us, if we were to go that way up Johns Island, there are likely some non-conforming situations. That's normal. It is not normal for a community to create non-conforming, and not just by a little, but a lot. So I'm encouraging us, when we look at this comprehensive approach, which is totally appropriate and responsible, why would we want to intentionally create non-conforming situations? So I apologize for taking so long, but I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mark. Any other comments from the public? Please.
Good morning. My name's Lisa Snowden. I'm at 39 Inlet Cove. And first, I sincerely want to thank the commission. I really feel heard based on the draft that you all submitted, so thank you for that and for continuing the process of opening the dialogue. I will readily admit that I'm not an expert in any of this, so forgive me in advance if I say anything unintelligent, but I have two comments in response to the last speaker. The first is just as I heard him speak about increasing the number of dwellings, he cited as examples very small properties that are currently on the island. And so I would just want to make sure that we are looking not just at the number, but at the size, because obviously it's one thing to have 4 dwellings of 3,000 square feet versus 8 dwellings of 3,000 square feet. Secondly, if I was tracking the previous comments, what I think I understood is that we are suggesting that the standards set by Timbers and the Cape now needs to restrict your decisions going forward. And I think most of the community would certainly agree that we were all tracking with the development that was occurring on this island, and we're understanding the efforts made to really balance the needs of the community, the property owners, nature, business. I think sort of the wheels went off the bus with Timbers slightly and with the Cape in a very tremendous way. What I perceived you all attempting to do in your draft was not to be held hostage to the new standard that's been set by the Cape. And what I perceive Mark suggesting is that new standard is what you must maintain so that you don't incur additional variances, which feels very illogical to me, because the whole reason we're all up in arms is because of the Cape. So why would we use that as the rationale for continued development? So again, like I said, forgive me if I'm not tracking with the nuances here, but please please, please, continue to try to honor and balance all of the constituents that you serve, and listen to us. And the us is much broader than the number of people who are in this room right now. And respect the fact that we understand that development has to occur, but we want it done in a way that preserves everything perfect about this environment. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Diane Flaherty, 6 Inlet Cove. I guess I really want to echo some of what Lisa said. I'm not a planner or a developer. I can't speak to the specifics in the draft. I think I just want to speak in general to the Planning Commission. My understanding that you don't have the final say, the town council does, but you have a recommendation to make to the town council. And I guess I would implore you to not give up any power or leverage you have to minimize overdevelopment of Kiowa. I know that you're receiving, as is the town council, a lot of letters with photographs from town residents. I know I received some of them myself. The fact is, we share them with each other before we share them with the town council and the planning commission. So there's a lot of feeling on this island that is against overdeveloping in whatever way. The Cape and the Timbers, as Lisa cited, was really where we all started sitting up and paying attention. Before that, it did feel like we were designing with nature. It did feel like we were safeguarding the community. Those phrases are still being used by developers in what they're proposing. But anybody who would walk down to the Cape does not consider that to be designed with nature. And if we have any power or leverage to mitigate overdevelopment on the Beachwalker parcels, I would implore you to not give that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, the next on our agenda is executive session. Do I have a motion to move as executive session?
So moved.
Second? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Yeah, I haven't talked to Joe about that. Here.
Different ends of the spectrum, you know, I mean, they want what he wants or. Right.
Have a motion to reconvene our meeting? So moved. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And during our executive session, there was no decisions made and no voting taken. John, I'd like to move to old business. If you're ready to take us through that, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And for our workshop today, this is a continuation of our last workshop together. As you're all aware, we have been down a series of workshops as a result of the expiration of the 2013 amended and restated development agreement to effectively rezone parcels that are parcel-specific outlined in Exhibit 13.2 of that development agreement. A number of those have been already provided recommendation by the commission. And so this workshop focuses on the remaining of those which are cited or located adjacent to Beachwalker Drive. And so prior to me going through each of what the recommendations are from staff, I wanted to just kind of quickly recap that these recommendations have all been considered or proposed based on a number of contexts. And that would include existing conditions, existing future land use, how these parcels may have been developed or undeveloped, community feedback, and the recommendations that you see today that's been presented has been an attempt by, based on our previous time together, Planning Commission sort of recommending staff make some modifications to what was originally proposed for these parcels. So what I'll do is I'll go through each of the recommendations, and then followed by that, you can see that there's 3 points there, one being the comprehensive plan and zoning map, and then the third being a proposed amendment regarding ordinance 2013-14. The rezonings as presented do include 2 new proposed zoning districts. So I do want to begin there so that you all understand what those proposed zoning standards would be. So even though the chart is the first thing that you see in your materials, I'm going to actually begin with the proposed BW1 zoning district, which is Beachwalker 1 as a new proposed zoning district. And as stated, some of these are changes from the previous time together in an attempt to factor in some of the commissioner's concerns that was shared with staff. So Beachwalker 1, as BW1 being referenced, would be a new zoning district proposed. This would be a mixed-use zoning category, which would allow residential and limited commercial. As you see here, the standards that are outlined for BW1 would be 2.5 stories, 40 feet in height, 2.5 stories, 35 feet in height for commercial. The density for this particular zoning category is 6 dwelling units per acre, with the number of dwelling units being proposed per building being 4 dwelling units. That is a change from which it was originally recommended to a lesser number of units per building. The additional things to note regarding the Beachwalker 1 category are within the use table, which is section 102 section 12-102, which are the principal uses and regulations. And so just as a reminder, anything that was in this use table that's outlined with the letter P is a permitted use by right, as well as a conditional use by right, which the applicant or proposed plans would need to meet certain conditions prior to being approved. But those 2 first categories of P and C would be administrative approvals. The third category of S represents a special exception, which would only be granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals. And so looking at BW1, I've highlighted here as noted, this would be a mixed-use category, which would allow single-family residential as well as multifamily residential, historical sites, community recreation, including sports activities, parks, what would be allowed by sewage pumping control stations would be special exception, conditional uses of both electric and sewer collection service lines and distribution for power. And then the only substantive changes here with that the categories of restaurant would be a special exception, and then office space, real estate sales and services, administrative office would be a permitted use by right. So those are the only commercial uses that would be allowed within this zoning district. Really, like I said, it's a limited commercial zoning district that's coupled with residential uses. If I were to go to now BW2, the second proposed zoning district, this is also a mixed-use zoning district that is being proposed. The difference here being that there should be no more than 7 dwelling units per building. For this particular zoning district, the height standards do go to 3 stories and 50 feet in height for multifamily. This is all also included in noting that structures within 30 feet of any property line would be limited to 40 feet in height.
I don't mean, I have to interrupt. It says the maximum density is 6 dwelling units per acre, and you said 7. Is that different than what's up here on the paper?
So I did not say that the density was 7. The number of dwelling units per building would be 7 dwelling units per building. The density being proposed is 6 dwelling units per acre. That is a change from previously as noted, whereas this originally the BW2 category mirrored closer to the R3 standards of density of 12 dwelling units per acre to be a little bit more consistent on the lower end of Beach Walker. Those are so I'll reiterate just again on the use table regarding the changes for BW2. These would be allowed residential and commercial uses, being single-family residential as well as multifamily residential. Similarly, historical sites, community recreation, parks. The same remains for sewage pumping control stations, a special exception, as well as electric and gas power distribution. Sewer collection service lines are both conditional uses, and remaining again, restaurants would be special exception approval by the Board of Zoning Appeals. This removes the category of real estate sales or office space for this particular zoning category.
John, excuse me. With respect to, I guess you turned the page. Page
sorry.
4 or 6, on the uses, you've got the restaurant caption listed twice. Is that intentional? And if so, what's the difference?
So there's 2 categories of restaurants, and one of them is essentially those that would provide alcoholic beverages, and one that would not.
Sorry, use your mic.
One of those categories would provide alcoholic beverages, the other would not.
One without and one with.
Yes,
That's the only difference.
that's the only difference, correct.
Okay. Isn't that up to, well, forget it. Would that prohibit someone from, the owner from getting a license from the state?
No, this would just be pertain to the use, so that has nothing to do with their obtaining their license for sale.
So we're talking about the Sandcastle, for example.
So this particular zoning district would not impact the Sandcastles. That's a different zoning
All right, so
category.
why is the distinction, if we don't issue the license, the state does, why is we making a distinction and leave it up to the owner to go and get the license?
So this has nothing to do with whether or not an owner has their license for sale or distribution. This is for the use. So think about a restaurant that does serve alcohol versus maybe a deli that does not serve any alcohol. So think about maybe one that may be adjacent to a pool, or one that maybe example of something.
To me, this is a distinction without a difference. The fact is, we don't control the license. If the owner wants to have a license
This has
in
nothing
a
to
permitted
do.
use
This has
building.
nothing to do with the license.
I
So-
understand that. We're not telling them to go get one. I'm saying if an owner wants to use in his property a license that allows him or her to sell alcohol, they go to the state. They
Yeah,
don't
but-
come to.
So
the point being-
this is only saying that you can or cannot do that in this location. So this isn't saying that you.
He can or can go for the license, but we don't have to let him, even if he got a license, we wouldn't, if it was not permitted,
We can't control that
why not? We told him we
because it's a
can't.
property owner right.
Stephanie is. Keep this thing on track.
So the only thing I was going to suggest, Andy, is that you're getting kind of hung up on the alcohol versus non-alcohol, but it's across the board. So at some point, if the planning commission wanted to essentially do away with that category, I think at another time, then you can discuss, because that would impact other zoning districts, not just what you guys are talking about today. So I hear what you're saying, but that I think could be a discussion at a later time if you want to amend the use table, because that would impact all the other zones, not just this one. So if that's okay, for you guys to, keep the discussion going, but we can make note and maybe we can come back to say, do we really need two separate categories or just one category?
All right. I asked for the distinction. I
Stephanie.
got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
John, can I ask a question? This is, I see we're looking at the table that this is essentially replacing the R2/C classification. Is that correct?
Are we BW1?
I'm sorry, R2CW, just R2C/C is what I'm looking at. On page, on the,
Page of the fold out.
yeah, first page of the foldout.
So these do come from, I'll go back to this, is this the BW2 section? These do pull from essentially existing zoning standards. So a lot of these would marry to existing zoning standards. I think that's maybe your question.
Well, no, go back to, I'm looking at this.
Okay. Sorry. There we go.
Okay, so now what we discussed, I believe, at the last meeting was that in our codes, and I looked for it and I couldn't find it, that the developer has to choose whether they want to make it R2. It's either or. It was not both.
Correct.
Okay, so one of the major differences here would be that under BW1 or BW2 is that it could be in the same zone plat. It was up to the developer could decide to have both in the same plat. Is that correct?
So I failed to mention that as part of Beach W1, you can see there that added under district regulations, B number 7, lot standards applicable shall be residential or commercial uses. So we would ask that they definitely clear whether that there would be intended to use for residential or commercial uses for that particular property.
So lot standard, say that again, I'm sorry. So you're saying that we have a mechanism in place that would require either or, but not both?
Correct.
Okay.
For BW1, and I mean, we can work on the language to clarify that, but the intent there is for the developer to have the option to choose what use they would like on that particular
One or the other,
property.
but not both?
Correct.
John, I have a question.
question on,
Entire parcel or just different lots?
So based on whatever site plan that they propose, so they would be entitled to have residential uses or commercial uses on those lots.
Okay, that's my point. I still don't understand. Is it residential or commercial, or is it residential and commercial?
So there's a little bit distinction here. So for BW1 and BW2, there's a little bit distinction. And I'll explain the rationale here. And if there's a preference to where you want this to lie, we can fold that in. The idea for commercial uses that would be accessory to a residential use, those would be permitted by right. But those that are distinctly separate as far as, trying to think of a great example here. I'll just use the existing developments as the Cape. So the Cape today has both the club and the residential components. Those would be allowed by right for both those types of uses based on the BW2. For the BW1 zoning category, what's being recommended is that owner should declare either commercial or.
Okay, so BW1 is either or, BW2 is both.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question about maximum lot coverage. Are we talking about building coverage and permeables versus impervious?
Yes, so in our zoning code, maximum lot coverage includes building footprints, driveways, any of those things.
I'm wondering about maximum lot coverage on B1 at 70%, and then for patio homes, duplexes, townhouses, and multifamily ranges from 40 to 60%. And that seems awfully high to me, considering that for a single family, it's 33%.
So that's as it is today in our zoning code, and it's based on essentially the size of the lot. So even for single family, we have a tiered effective maximum lot coverage. So those lots that are 12,000 square feet in size have a 33% lot coverage, but those smaller have 40, sometimes 50 or greater maximum lot coverage.
Is that something we should be looking at reducing, given the stormwater runoff situation and flooding and high tide?
As part of this recommendation or in whole totality of all?
I'm saying this recommendation.
Specifically for, I'm be clear, so you're asking for within this BW1 adjusting the standards, or you're asking to adjust lot coverage standards across the board?
BW1 specifically.
So as part of BW1, if you want to adjust any of the standards, that's fine. I mean, that's part of what the Planning Commission has in their purview to adjust any particular standard. It would just impact that one, whatever parcels are zoned there. So that's what I asked the question is, if you're looking across the entire island, opposed to one specific parcel, then that's the concern I have of.
So are you suggesting we should look across the entire island?
I would think that we should look across the entire island, and that's part of essentially what the marsh management work group is doing right now, looking at impervious surfaces as part of that. So I would say I would not recommend adjusting just one particular and study it for the entire island if that's a concern. But that's part of the subgroup of the marsh management plan that's doing that today already.
Go ahead, John.
Mr. Chairman, before we get into the specifics of each category, would you entertain a motion to consider the addition of CW1 and CW2 to our map and also to the zoning code so that they then can talk about the specifics of what those zoning codes encompass?
So right now, we're still in the workshop. So I want us to still be in workshop form. I think that would be as far as a.
We're going into a meeting afterwards, aren't we?
To the meeting.
All right, okay.
I mean, if you want to begin to build some comfortability around that, I think that's okay. Maybe Joe, if you want to weigh in there, but I think acting on a motion to include something would need to
Okay.
come during that.
No, that's fine.
Hey, John, what was your logic for upzoning parcel 8? Today, it's commercial only, and the proposed is giving them the flexibility to do commercial or residential. How should I think about that?
So recall, parcel 8 is not in its own single parcel. Parcel 8 and parcel 10 are one parcel in itself.
Yep.
Parcel 8 today is commercial. Parcel 10 would allow R2/C. And so rationale there to allow mixed use for that particular parcel would to be able to look at the adjacency, particularly, number one, the commercial general store lot, as well as the overall density and size of that particular lot, to still be able to have it to be able to be developed. So it's allowing residential and commercial opportunity to whatever might be feasible to the property owner. But I would not consider it a upzoning based on the recommendation.
Sorry, say that again, please.
I said I wouldn't have considered it an upzone based on the recommendation.
You know, if you don't mind, I might slightly disagree, because I think parcel 10 is virtually undevelopable. So you're applying a standard from a virtually undevelopable piece to a piece that is more developable, given more flexibility. But it's semantics, I guess.
Compared to what it was?
So I just want to be clear, parcel 8 and parcel 10 are not separate parcels. So the area that's being referenced as quote-unquote undevelopable, it's not its own piece of property. It's one parcel. So TMS 20705, parcel 120, that's the parcel that's being recommended for that BW district there.
And given the challenges of access, road access into that parcel, and the challenges of it being right next to the golf course and undevelopable and having to construct bridges to get from one piece of that lot to the other, wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to zone that as parks and recreation?
So I want to be clear that the parcel is not undevelopable. I
Should have said the challenges of
So-
developing that parcel.
So from a zoning perspective, most of the lots on Kiowa are challenging based on the way that setback lines were created, the way that the amount of tree cover that we have on the island. A number of lots are challenging. So I hear your concerns, but I just want to be clear as far as the intent of rationale of why the recommendation came for that particular use. In the perfect world, maybe that parcel is subdivided and the area that is more highlands or can be developed is treated in its more appropriate category, and the other that is less, where the lagoon is dedicated to open space and that in the perfect world. But that would be something maybe that's discussed with the property owner to subdivide that. But I just wanted to share that. I don't believe from a staff recommendation, it's not undevelopable. And based on what we shared, the access point for that, we know that there would still need to grant access via easement through one of the adjacent properties. Are there any, so I'll do this, Mr. Chair. Are there any questions about the standards? We can always tweak the standards or make whatever, but are there any questions about the BW1, BW2? And then what I can do is go through the actual recommendations for each of the parcels. Unless there's questions about, or we can skip over, however the commission wants to do. This is kind of workshop form, so I mean, if before we move on to 2013-14.
Questions? Go ahead, John.
Okay. So, I'll start so essentially where Luke there, just mention parcel 8, and just knowing that BW1 has been the recommendation there. Parcel 9, which is the Beachwalker Office Park, that particular parcel being recommended R2 residential with a medium-density future land use designation. That would be our existing standards of R2, so there'll be no changes there. Our existing standards of R3 residential for Beachwalker Lagoon, as well as the former church parcel. I just wanted to clarify for the recommendation of why the former church parcel was a part of this process, although it's not a part of the amended and restated development agreement. That was something that was brought to attention during the review that it was inconsistent with, I think, the intent of having the dual zoning categories, and so that was why we brought it to as part of this rezoning process. But holistically, once we do our comprehensive planning, we will look at all parcels across the island to ensure that it is consistent through the comprehensive plan process, not to just single this particular parcel out. Those are the Upper Beachwalker parcels. Regarding Lower Beachwalker, Lot 1, what's being recommended is high-density residential R3 category for zoning. These all married to the existing standards of our R3. That is a change from what previous staff recommendation was of a mixed-use category. I guess stated at the beginning, this particular recommendation today has been somewhat massaged to take into consideration some of the comments that were shared at our previous workshop by commissioners. And so continuing to that effect, the Cape and Timbers are 2 parcels that are being recommended BW2, which would be that new proposed zoning category of allowing 3 stories at 50 feet in height, with structures within 30 feet of the property line, not to exceed 40 feet. And then the dwelling units per building would be 7, proposed to be 7. There were two additional areas. So parcel 12, parcel 12, which includes parcel 12A Beachwalker Park and 12B Captain Sam's. R2 Beachwalker Park is being recommended for that particular area. Captain Sam's being recommended to go to R1. And those are the same exact standards that are in our code today. No changes in standards. The final 2 that are on your list here were 2 that we said we would bring back just to make sure that there were clarity on the intent there, which would have been the settlement and parcel 41. The settlement has already been developed as R2 residential as well as PR. The note from our previous workshop together was the uses associated with the river course having a spa there. So staff is recommending that there's a text amendment so that it's clear that that would be a use allowed in this particular zoning category, given certain conditions, and the conditions outline that it wouldn't be just a free standalone building, but encompassed as accessory to other within a shared building. And I think from earlier comments that would take the same approach to clarify for parcel 41, which is the area next to Kiwa Club, East Beach, low-density residential, active recreation, open space is the future land use designation, R1 and PR zoning categories. Just to clarify that our PR category would allow for club uses as well. So those are the recommendations, Mr. Chair. Before I go on to the ordinance 2013-14, I just want to ask share with you the first, section 12-61.
John, can I ask one question about parcel 16 before we come to the
Sure.
So it's my understanding the settlement has been completely developed. There might be 1 or 2 or 3 lots left, but it's basically developed, but it's all been developed as R1. Even though the zoning allows for R2, I know that's what it was planned for as townhouses years ago. Why wouldn't we zone it as R1? It's been, everything is,
So,
meets that standard.
We can do that. I mean, that was just a carryover from what's existing today, but if the commission wants to move that to R1, that's totally, I think, in line. I don't see any challenges today that would, because those properties have been developed as R1. The,
That's right there.
yeah, I don't see any significant challenges in why that can't be to
Non-conforming residential.
moving to, the R1 category.
Can we think about that, please? Thank you.
Okay. Well, so what I'll do is begin to discuss then 2013-14. This is the last set of sheets in your materials. This is in reference really to, I know there's been a lot of language about rescinding this particular ordinance, 2013-14. The purpose of 2013-14 essentially provided that the development agreement became an appendix to our zoning code. And so what this particular ordinance is outlining is that we no longer have, with the expiration of the development agreement, we're essentially removing that from our zoning code. And so this is the purpose of that. My rationale in not saying just totally rescinding 2013-14 is because there are elements within that ordinance that we still want to retain. And so I've tried to capture that within this draft. The language might be a little bit off, and we can work on the wording of some of this. But the Freshfields Village, as it is today, zone plan development was part of that 2013-14 ordinance. And so we just wanted to be clear that that will still be in place, that the zoning standards associated with the Freshfields plan development are still in place. The second component to that is there are a number of parcels that have setback standards alluded to in the 2013 amended and restated development agreement. As part of the recommendation, staff is recommending that those setbacks still be in place moving forward beyond the life of the 2013 amended restated development agreement. The rationale for that is because these, there are a number of lots, I don't have the total number of lots, but there are a number of lots that essentially created graphic standards, and those graphic standards, which were alluded to in the 13.10 exhibit of the development agreement, are parcel specific. So these are looking at individual parcels, and so if we don't do that, the effect of what will occur is that we would have essentially parcels on the same streets, same neighborhoods, that could have very different standards. And this would affect some properties that are already developed or undeveloped. So it's really a matter of trying to provide some consistency from a neighborhood level. What I would further recommend then is utilizing exhibit, and yeah, that exhibit of 13.10, it just calls out specifically setback standards that are, from a staff perspective, I think substantive to how the properties were developed. And so I think it does create some issues if we were to just revert to the R1 or R2 zoning standard setbacks that are in our zoning code. There was a question, well, which one's more restrictive? In some cases, graphic standards are more restrictive. In other cases, it may not be. But I think it's, from a consistency standpoint, the most practical manner to move forward in retaining those setbacks. So the last piece I'll share is that as part of this, it's not an attached exhibit to this document, an actual zoning map. I didn't want to get too far in preparing a zoning map when we know we really didn't have the exact zoning standards that would be recommended as part of this exhibit. So once we do have some comfortability from the commission of what these parcels will be rezoned, we'll prepare a zoning map that would be that Exhibit A to this particular ordinance. And so I don't know if there's questions about 2013.
I had some wording questions. Have you addressed that, like provide, remove, was that a typo? On the,
Yeah, so I should share that should be just remove opposed to provide. That was a typo there.
Okay, and I was looking, and I've got the development agreement here. It goes from Exhibit 13.9. Next thing, it starts with some of these, I think what you're referring to setbacks, but I do not see it titled Exhibit 13.10 anywhere.
Yeah, I mean.
And I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I think it may have been just the way it was scanned in online, but I can share with you
Yeah, because I'm on page 337.
where it starts there, 13.
Yeah, 336 is the end of 13.9.
You can kind of see there, it starts 13:10.
Okay, that's what it says on your tab, but it doesn't say, okay. So is this tab officially part of the agreement? I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing here, because all the other exhibits are labeled.
I'll find the exact reference number and
Okay.
we can do that, yeah.
That's
I
fine,
just
'cause
wanted
I
to
just
clarify.
think it's important to get it, the details right. And then we also talked about changing under purpose, disconnect, we're gonna take that word out, and put in remove.
Yeah, so under the first, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth whereas on the first page, to that effect, essentially bringing that in to more of the ordinance action, which is removing the 2013 amended. We can modify that language to make sure that that is clear in what this ordinance is accomplishing.
Yeah, you take out the word provide. That was, okay, and then on the purpose, section 1, we're gonna take out disconnect and put in remove.
So that's kind of what I would share. Essentially, to the effect that section 1 purpose is really going to gather from that fourth whereas clause.
Right, so the wording should be consistent. Disconnect has too
Correct.
many other meanings.
Remove,
we
we
can
can use the word remove.
And it's gonna be as an do we have to put in that it's an appendix to the zoning code? Does
That's
that
how
have
it's
to be
written in 2013-14, so I was just going to keep that same language, bringing it forward as an appendix.
Yeah, okay, so you'll add that, because that wasn't in there. And then, under section 2, ordinance, and we talked a little bit, this is the action section. I just know from previous town things, we always had to have the action in this section, because we have the purpose, but then we have to have the action for the ordinance. So do we have to restate the town rescinds or removes whatever sub-paragraph,
Man, I can work with Joe to make sure that we're legally sound on what's occurring as far
Okay,
as the
'cause-
action steps here on that.
Yeah, because
so
the way I read this, there is no action, and we have to have that.
We can work. we can work on that, yeah.
I have a question under section 3, severability. The second sentence, despite the fact that I think I speak English, this one doesn't compute for me. If said ordinance or any provisions thereof is held to be inapplicable to any person, group of persons, property, kind property, circumstances or set of circumstances, such holding shall not affect the circumstances or set of circumstances. Such holding shall not affect the applicability thereof to any other persons, property, or circumstances. I don't know what that is saying.
Legal.
It's a lot of legalese,
It's sort of boilerplate, I think.
but if,
Work on that.
We'll work.
I think there's an "and" missing. I just think there's an "and" missing, but
A what?
an "and," A-N-D.
that was pulled from most of our previous, so we'll work on we'll work on it, yeah.
Okay.
We read them.
And such holding.
Are there other questions, thoughts, or comments, rather? So if there aren't, I want to just go back holistically and just maybe open it for some discussion before we break this workshop and go into the meetings. I think it's important for at least staff perspective to find exactly where we might land, not formally, but just kind of getting some we're fuzzy feeling, for lack of better words, of where, if there are any standards, because this is your opportunity to kind of workshop it. So that's why I wanted, this is, even though it might feel like a formal meeting, we're in a workshop format. So we didn't have the same setup as our traditional workshop format, but we're still in workshop form. And so before you make a formal recommendation, if there's things that we want to adjust, modify, comments that you want to share, I think now we can kind of discuss in workshop now.
On BW1 and BW2?
On any part of what we're doing today. So if we want to go down the list and start BW1, that's fine.
I'm still not convinced we need to create 2 brand-new zoning codes.
Along that line of thinking, I'd rather us have one stated along that line of thinking, I'd rather us have one stated purpose for the land. And then if whoever owns it, the developer or whomever, wants to change it, then they come and request a change. Rather than giving them residential or commercial, let's just do what we think is best for the community and for the property and for the owner. And then if they differ with us, and let them come back. But I'm not in favor of having an either-or zoning category.
So you wouldn't agree, you're not happy with R2/C either then?
Yeah, that's going to go away, but yeah.
You're not happy
but
with it?
Either or, yeah. Let's have one, and I think John told us last time or 2 times ago that we'd done away with all mixed use, or he had another term for it, mixed use zoning codes, but now we're bringing this back up to satisfy what was historical. I think we just pick what we think is our best use or our best idea that fits everybody's needs. And then if it doesn't fit the needs down the road, then whoever can come back and ask for a change.
Right, I agree that rather than grant more as of right now.
Correct.
We keep it limited, and then if we get a project in front of us that the community thinks makes sense, we can approve it. But if we give this, and I think someone mentioned why give away your negotiating leverage at the front end, let's keep it residential and wait until we see a project, and if the community likes it, we can approve it. I mean, we approved a zoning change for the resort to put in a bowling alley. People liked it, it made sense, we approved it. If something comes to us that makes sense, we'll approve it. But let's not open the floodgates at the front end.
So with that, let's do this. I'm going to go back to the workshop sheet here. So all of the categories, what I'm hearing, the proposed beach walker categories, we would have those go away, and you would propose a recommendation for a single, or, well, it can happen 2 ways. We can have the uses that are associated with that proposed BW1 go away. I mean, the commercial uses go away for that BW1 category, which would in fact really, for BW1, I don't think there'd be substantive change other than reverting back to what would be the standard R2 category. I think that's, well, I'm sorry. Yeah, R2 category, I think where that stems. However, for BW2, because there are proposed height and density and number of dwelling units per building, that's kind of what I would want to hear from you. So if, number one, so to Luke's comment about options, that speaks more to the use. So I'm hearing no commercial opposed to just having it residential. And then, but are there any comments relative to the actual standards that are being proposed? I mean, like setbacks, height, those types of things.
For BW2, are you talking?
For either of them.
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
obviously, if we all had our way, we would have much lower heights. I think, you know, the Cape is, to most of us on the island, pretty much an eyesore. And we don't want to create any more of those if we don't have to. I mean, we understand that Ocean Pines, the developer has rights there, and that is what it is. There isn't anything we can really do about that. But,
So I would share none of the recommendations today that have been brought forth would allow what would be the same height that would be allowed at the Cape. So the Cape has a four-story, 65 feet height maximum for that lot. So none of that would be permissible based on what's being recommended today. The highest of the categories in the BW2 for multifamily would be 3 stories, and that's 50 feet in height.
and R3 is 2.5 stories, 40 feet, so I'd rather keep it R3.
But it's not really changing anything,
No.
since they're already
No, but it's.
constructed and approved, so.
Right, but it's not creating a whole new zoning code that down the road, somebody can say, okay, I want BW2 applied to this lot, you have a precedent or something. I don't know how that it would play out down the road. So I would rather keep it conservative now. And, you know, and as we say, you know, I hear what he's saying, non-conforming. Non-conforming doesn't bother me in the slightest. It has no effect on anything. Our zoning codes allow for rebuilding if something happens to a non-conforming property, so non-conforming is kind of a non-issue. So I would leave the Cape and Timbers as R3.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn the Planning Commission workshop and have you call the Planning Commission meeting to order, since we're discussing item 5 on the commission meeting agenda. Let's move right to that. There's no sense duplicating it again.
The adjournment's coming, but we have on our list first public comments. It's on the
That's all right.
agenda. After that, sure,
Why don't we also have public comments on there, too.
right.
So why don't we do that?
Let's move to
as one?
let's move to public comments now, and then we'll adjourn. So what's your,
Fine, I'd move them to do it together, but that's all right. If you want to do it that way, that's fine.
Just, could I ask one question before we do that, Andy?
You can ask it on 6 if that's where your question is.
No, I have one quick question. As I said, if we, do we have any properties zoned with R1C or R2C beside these, anyplace else on the island? Do we have dual zoning in any place else? My point being is that if we are we moving toward eliminating C as a zoning, R2/C as a zoning code? And as Joanne states, asking that if somebody wants to have a commercial, that they bring it individually?
So we have zoning districts that have been zoned R2/C that have been developed. The recommendations that the Planning Commission acted on recently would have rezoned those parcels to a single use category. That does not preclude that we don't have mixed-use categories on the island today. For example,
All I'm doing is that, to Joanne's logic, is that if there's a good commercial use, it should be, whether it's R2, that then it should come to us for an exception. And if it's R2, so I think we should remove all the Cs out there that are,
Whoa, to existing Cs?
yeah.
Why?
Because we're saying we don't want to have that as an option. We want that to be as an exception that comes, that's what's being proposed.
So you don't want a snack bar on a golf course?
Not saying that.
It's already permitted as a conditional.
So it'll be non-performing, and as Joanne said, we don't care about
So
non-performing.
I want you guys to use your words a little bit more clearly. You're not recommending that we remove the commercial category.
I'm asking if we have it, and then the next question would be, to be consistent with what we just discussed, should we go back and remove it on those that, and I know, Andy, they've already been developed,
That it would be non-conforming, that's the
but we don't
point.
care.
We do care.
Not apparently,
already
not from the
there.
discussion I've heard.
It's already there. You're going to take it away?
So two things I
I don't think you're talking about snack bars at the golf course, Larry. I think you're asking, are there other properties, undeveloped properties on the island that have this zone?
That are under R2/C.
On the
Undeveloped?
island.
Joe?
I mean dual zoning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But there are no other undeveloped properties.
that's what I was asking.
Which is why we
Other
don't
than
have
this.
this.
I'm a little bit hesitant to ask because I'm not sure the implication of your particular question. You're asking if we have dual zone properties today.
Yeah.
Based on a development agreement, yes. Right. You have a follow-up question to that?
So they're only, so your answer is it's only covered by development agreements right now?
Outside of parcel, the former church parcel. But the resort categories are mixed use as well. So we do have other mixed use categories. There's a PR-OC on the ocean course. There's our RST slash, so we have a precedent for
Yeah.
mixed use
The
categories.
only thing I was
on
trying
the
to do is
island.
for consistency's sake, is that if we don't want to zone, if we don't want to have properties that can have mixed uses, unless that's approved, we should clean up the rest of the zoning map to eliminate them on those that do.
I'll say this, Mr. Iwan. I think that's taking a sledgehammer approach when I think you're more concerned with the actual uses. Because our use table is broad in nature, I would be more comfortable you looking at which uses are in categories opposed to saying we're eliminating all commercial uses across the island.
Okay.
So like looking specifically at each
No,
zoning
not all
district-
commercial uses, all commercials that are dual zoned.
To the same effect, I would want you to look at what those particular categories are, what uses are allowed in those areas, and then make a decision opposed to trying to do that across the board.
Okay, that was kind of, okay. It was a little rash, I agree.
We adjourn, or you want public comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, public comments.
Public comments. Anyone like to make any comments? Please. Right over there, and state your name and address, please.
I apologize for my appearance, but I was working and tried to race over here to be part of this, so thank you for a few minutes. My name's Lance Spencer. I live at 40 Sunlit Bend in Inn Clove, and first of all, thank you all for your service. I'm very aware of what it takes to sign up at whatever level to represent and participate in community activities. I've been part of homeowners associations and other activities where I've lived before, and it's no trivial commitment, so thank you for what your service to our community is. I really appreciate it. It's interesting to hear the discussion about the zoning variances and proposals and the developmental proposals with what's scrolling in the background behind the commission while we're talking from the Town of Community Island, or Q Island website, showing the marshes and the bobcats and the turtles and all that, because, you know, when you look at the Cape, and I know this isn't about the Cape, but it kind of is, that's not at all what's been going on. So we've moved here about 3 years ago. We're making this our permanent home. My daughter just started at the College of Charleston. And it was interesting walking around Charleston during move-in week. And people were like, where are you from? Well, from Keel Island. What's that monstrosity they're building on the beach? And my wife sent you an email this morning when we realized this meeting was happening with some pictures of what's going on right now, where they're totally tearing the dune apart to put stuff in. So it's really out of hand. And I really believe the decisions facing this commission and the city right now and the town are probably as consequential as the decision to actually develop Kiowa Island in the very beginning. The precedents you're setting, and Commissioner Hennessy, your questions about how can this precedent be set going forward, I think are very appropriate to be considered right now. Because whatever you decide in relation to this, I think will play itself forward as things are going on. There's a lot of things that have been considered as far as the plots are concerned, but I don't think have been considered about the adjacent communities. We've sent videos and other materials to the commission and councils, the council members and the city about what's already going on in our communities. You look at the traffic that I just drove through 20 minutes ago on Kiowa Island Parkway, and you look at the backup. Yesterday we drove to Ravenel for some meetings, and traffic was literally backed up past Maybank. Yet we're talking about high densification development and allowing zoning to do that. And where's the infrastructure going to come to support that? And there's discussion about what's the developer's rights, what's homeowners' rights, what's the town's responsibilities and rights. I know as a taxpayer, somehow I'm picking up that bill when it eventually happens. And I also know that there's only limited infrastructure development that can occur. You look at the wetlands on both sides of Kiowa Island Parkway, you're not building on that. So how are we going to handle that traffic? How are we going to handle those commercial businesses coming in that want to bring traffic into the island? It's already backed up. You look at stormwater. We've shared videos with the commission and council and the city of what goes on in our Inlet Cove community during any storm. We sent a video this morning of people kayaking down Belmead. And so the stormwater right now is being absorbed in the areas under consideration. It's going to go somewhere. And I understand there's a stormwater mitigation plan, but there's been no discussion about where that stormwater is going to go. And right now, we're sandbagging the inlet in our community because of the massive erosion. More erosion is going to mean my house falls in the inlet. And so where's that water going to go? None of that discussion's happened. And so I firmly believe in bobcats. We're talking about where the south parcel is. It's a protected bobcat area. It's on the town's 2014 study about bobcats. And we say we embrace all that, but we're wanting to build their homes away. So I think we need to think through all that. I'm not saying no development. I agree with the inherent right of a property owner to develop. But let's do development consistent with the community. And what's consistent with the community is what you see at Inlet Cove, at Riverview, across the street there in, I just got the name of the place, but it's similar kinds of. Little Rabbit and just inside the gate over by Cougar Point. Sparrow Pond, thank you. That's the development standard for that end of the island. And so let's look at that. And then one final comment. There's a lot of haste and urgency going on right now because the development agreement's expiring. The development agreement's been in place for 20 years. There's been a long time to deal with this. And only recently has there been any kind of a forum that brings in community involvement. I look at the recent information that's just now becoming available for the community to assess and look at, and for the town to assess. Clearly, a lot of work's been going on with the developer on this. The community has not had that opportunity. I mean, some of this stuff's just now getting posted. And, on top of our jobs and everything else, we're racing over here to participate because this is important. I think the developer ran out the clock, frankly. They had a long time to bring this in front of the community and in front of the commission and the council. And it's unfortunate they did it on their part, but the community should not suffer from that. So until we've looked at all these second and third order implications of what's going on in this development, my recommendation is this be paused. And if the agreement runs out, I'm sorry, you should have started a long time ago. But don't do this on our backs. Don't have my house fall in the inlet because we didn't think about stormwater. Thank you.
I'm Joan Hograve. I live at 77 Peppervine, which is in Inlet Cove. And it looks like a lot of Inlet Cove people are here. I have a couple of statements. Lance brought up the traffic, which we know is horrendous at the front gate. It'll just get worse if we continue to build on Beach Walker at the number of units they want. I think Madeline brought up the thing about the maximum lot coverage, and you had said we should wait and do that for the entire island. Well, if we wait to do that for the entire island, that's impacting what's going to happen on Beach Walker because they can go by what's on this list right now versus what may be a suggestion later. That's too late for us that live in that area. The other thing I would like to know is when is the town going to vote on these recommendations? If you have an idea, because I know they want to try to do this before the development agreement is over, but I'd like to know ahead of time. As when people pose questions, it would be nice if answers were given after the meeting so we know what's going on as a result of the question. And then the only other suggestion I have is, John, you keep saying parcel 8 and parcel 10 are the same thing. They're the same parcel. What is confusing to us is it's listed as 2 parcels. So when we're talking about it, we're seeing it as 2 different parcels based on what you have here. Mark said parcel 10 will be open space when he made comments earlier today. So that's confusing, so it's hard for us to keep it straight as to what's really going on, even though you have after that there is a shared parcel. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman and commission members and those in attendance, my name is Mark Permar, 81 Dungannon Hall. I won't restate everything I did earlier today. Everyone was very patient about what I said, so hopefully at least people may not agree but heard it. The fundamental question I have 2 fundamental questions. Parcel 9 has historically always been zoned commercial. The use has always been commercial since the 70s. The original office park, known as the pods, I was a pod dweller for many decades in those pods, was built by the firm, the construction firm that built Sparrow Pond cottages, Inlet Cove cottages, and many homes during the early years. It has always been commercial. I don't understand. And, oh, by the way, the site is largely void of any trees because of the remnants of the parking lot and former buildings. I don't understand, other than a mixed-use zoning classification, which I already suggested we would support with additional changes to it, but as a minimum, I don't understand a parcel of land that is contiguous to a commercial entity, the general store, and opposite a commercial entity, Zone C. Both of those are Zone C, the main sales office, why it would be recommended for residential. So I'm requesting on behalf of the property owner at least some clarification, but a request that if you had to make a choice, you looked at existing land patterns and existing uses and the existing site conditions, it should be commercial. The other comment I made, I've been too repetitive on this. It seems like non-conforming activities don't matter. I don't understand that. I don't understand creating standards that are fundamentally non-conforming. I just don't understand that. So I want someone to explain why you would create that versus address it or recognize that that was a different era back when the prior non-conforming conditions were developed versus what's being proposed. The burden will be on the property owners under extraordinary conditions of destruction. We're on the front, I've said this before, we're on the front line of issues related to climate change, independent of politics on that. We already know that, and the intensity of storms. If Hugo had gone into Edisto, our island would have been under 20 feet of water, storm surge, and a good number of those non-conforming buildings would have been affected one way or the other. The burden then is on the property owner to present drawings of record, because I assume the town has no drawings of record or as-built conditions that they would say you could build it to these standards. So my concern is less about the developer on this non-conforming thing and more about individual property owners. So those are the two comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. Sure, go ahead, Lance.
Just really quickly, I'll be brief. First of all, I just think it's appropriate that even though Mr. Pelmier stated his address, we all know he's here representing the developer. But those listening on YouTube, which from the text groups I'm in, quite a few are. So this room's much bigger when you look at where the participation is coming from, because people have had to find ways to participate in a lot of meetings. I think these comments, though, go back to what Commissioner Hennessy said earlier about precedent. You look at before the Cape versus what these comments just were about, what the property looks like now. It goes back to the precedent comment. So let's not expand that precedent because it's being used against you already. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. Any other comments? Then I'd like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Comments?
Not in the workshop. And second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. meeting for October 19th. And instead of roll call, I'll just say all members are present. And we'll get into the first item, which is the approval of minutes. I'd like to first have a motion to approve the minutes of September 6th.
I was going to say, Mr. Chair, we'll do that at our regular scheduled meeting. I didn't mean to really add those. They're still being prepared, but we'll do, as
Oh, they're
opposed to a
still being
special
prepared.
call. Yeah, as opposed to a special call, we'll have those ready at our regular scheduled meeting.
And that's for the September as well as the October 4th?
Move
Okay.
we table the approval of minutes.
Well, that definitely saves a few minutes. Thanks, John. Okay, next on our agenda is public comments. Any other public comments? Okay. We will not have an executive session, and that takes us into old business. John, could you update us on the comprehensive plan amendment and the zoning map amendment, please?
Yes, I briefly met with, sorry. So, we briefly, recently just met regarding the amendments for the 2013 amended and restated development agreement. As stated, December 4th is the expiration date of the 2013 amended and restated development agreement. There have been a number of workshops, including one taking place just before this meeting, to provide recommendations on what the zoning of those impacted parcels would be post the development agreement, and some of those have already been provided recommendations by the commission. Today's meeting, we will focus on the remaining of those. Those two include specifically adjacent to Beachwalker Drive and two other general parcels. So what I would do, Mr. Chair, is outline similarly what I've done in the previous workshop, but just go specifically through each of the proposals, and then we can have a motion for a particular recommendation, and then begin to make amendments with motions, however the commission wants to proceed. What's being recommended for the rezoning, and I'm going to break these down into two areas, first being the upper Beachwalker parcels. There's parcel 8, parcel 9, parcel 10, and the former parcel 11, which is Beachwalker Lagoon. Those are all parcels being recommended for rezoning. You've heard comments based on our workshop. Staff has heard comments based on our workshop, so I can share with this. I'll share what the staff recommendation was for these, and then provide some comments based on what that were shared during the workshop that may influence your decision or recommendation on these parcels. For parcel 8 and parcel 10, I do want to share that, just highlight again, that this is TMS 207-05-00120. So that particular parcel is one parcel. It is outlined in our development agreement, broken out into two separate parcels. But by TMS number, it's one parcel. And so when we are reassigning a zoning classification, we're actually looking at that entire parcel, opposed to the overlays that's been depicted in the development agreement for these two separate, as two separate areas. Parcel 9, which is adjacent to the general store, this is the former Beachwalker Office Park site. It is adjacent to the general store. The two parcels to the south are undeveloped parcels, which are currently under site plan review for multifamily developments. The recommendation to establish BW1, which is a mixed-use zoning category, as today, which would allow both commercial and residential uses, is being recommended for that parcel 8. or parcel 10, TMS 20705000120. Parcel 11 being recommended R3 residential, and parcel 9 be recommended residential. These recommendations, as stated, come forth based on the initial staff's recommendation be modified slightly based on feedback from the commissioners. Most of these parcels were recommended to be mixed use by staff based on the land use patterns, to include both residential and commercial. That would include existing land uses as well as future land use designation, how these properties have been zoned historically, the development conditions exist in adjacent properties, as well as what was folded into is proposals that have come forth, as well as legal implications of zoning. The parcel 11, Beach Walker Lagoon, being recommended R3 residential, which is our highest density category within our zoning district. This would be the same for the former church parcel. As you all know, both the parcel 11 and the former church parcel are currently under site plan review. Just for as purposes of the record for this, these proposed zonings would not impact those site plans. However, based on what's being proposed, would create nonconformities based on those approved, if those plans are approved. Going down to Lower Beach Walker, including Lot 1, which is undeveloped, that is currently under site plan review. The Cape, which are currently under construction, and Timbers, which is already built. Those have two proposed categories, with one being Lot 1 being proposed to go to R3. This is a change from what's previously was shown, which would have been mixed use allowances for this particular property, both residential and commercial uses, and then the Cape and Timbers as well being proposed mixed use. The BW2 category that's being recommended for the Cape and the Timbers are mixed use category which would allow 3 stories in height, 50 feet maximum allowance, 7 dwelling units per building, with the caveat that structures within 30 feet of any property line would be subject to a 40 feet maximum height standard. The 2 remaining areas on Beach Walker would be Beach Walker Park parcel, as well as Captain Sam's. Recommendation for those to be zoned residential, with Captain Sam's itself being R1, and Beach Walker Park parcel being recommended R2. The current standard for those are mixed use, R3/C, and for Captain Sam's it's R1, low density residential. Continue on the other 2 parcels, parcel 16 and parcel 41. The settlement, which is today's zone, is low density residential, active recreation, open space, future land uses. Sorry, R2 and PRs. Let me slow down a little bit. The future land use designation is low density residential, active recreation, and open space. That's remaining as a proposed future land use category. The zoning would remove the specific commercial allowance based on the development agreement, but staff is recommending that we do clarify with the text amendment within the PR category of what uses would be conditional uses for spa and improvement services. Parcel 41, Osprey Beach, this is R1 and C. What's being proposed is R1 and PR, and that's consistent with the future land use being low density residential and active recreation and open space. So because these are new, because 2 new categories are being presented by staff, I want to walk through each of those. The first being Beach Walker 1, which is a new category. The reason staff is recommending a new category for this is to provide for a unique circumstance based on the location on those particular parcels identified. This would be a mixed-use category as stated, which would allow residential of all densities, particularly limited, and along with limited commercial uses. The substantive change as far as height, these model existing standards, the substantive changes would be based on the dwelling units per building, which would be 4, the density 6 dwelling units per acre, 4 dwelling units per building. And this would be lot standards applicable to both residential, like I said, allowing the choice of residential or commercial uses. BW2, a similar category with the intent to have slightly higher standards or greater standards of 7 dwelling units per building. The density still would remain at 6 dwelling units per acre. This does have an allowable height increase of 3 stories of 50 feet in height with the maximum of 40 feet for anything within 30 feet of a property line. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chair. One more thing. I just wanted to clarify within the use table, as part of these recommendations that are coming forth, BW1 and BW2, new categories being inserted into section 12-102, which would permit both residential and commercial uses. 2 to call out, which would be community recreation conditional uses, as well as a special exception for restaurants. And that would include both with alcohol or without alcohol. And then for the for the BW1 zoning district, which would allow office, real estate, sales and services. So, are there any questions? I know we went through this in workshops. I don't think that there were any questions to be answered. So if we want to move into now beginning to massage or make recommendations, I think that can be done at this time.
So recommendations, John, you're asking for the future land use map?
So what I would say to make this a little bit easier process is that we go parcel by parcel and apply both a future land use designation and a zoning district, or we apply specific standards. So if a category that's being presented wants to be modified, and Joe, I might need your help just to make sure we stay in bounds and on track with any amendments and motions. But if there's, for example, a zoning district, for example, the BW1 that's being proposed, if there's particular changes or standards within that category that you want to modify, we would first need a motion to adopt the BW1, and then we can modify those standards after that motion. Or if you want to totally eliminate the BW1 category and propose whatever existing category, you can do that as well. Want to modify standards within that category, within the existing code, but just note that if you do modify standards for any of the existing zoning district, that does impact parcels beyond these subject parcels associated with the development agreement.
Okay. So commissioners, any recommendations prior to moving forward with what John has talked about?
Are we going to do it parcel by parcel?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Parcel 8 first, right, John?
yes, parcel 8.
John, should we take 8 and 10 together? Because, I mean, we
Correct.
should take 8 and 10 together.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's
why don't
start with-
we, I understand there may be issues within the, what I would call components of the various parcels with respect to building height and dwelling units, et cetera. But I think it's important first to establish the categories. That's the principal starting point of the whole process, is to get this into what is called a mixed-use category, if you will. And if we don't establish C1, BW1, BW2 first and amend the zoning map to accommodate that, we're going to be discussing this for ages. I mean, we're just not going to have a category that we're really able to put any of these discussions into. So my recommendation would be, and I will move, that we approve the amendment of the zoning map to include a category of BW1 and BW2. And I'd certainly solicit a second on that one.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion on that first? Okay. So Andy has recommended including the BW1, BW2.
Correct.
Any other comment on that, Andy?
No further comment, except that I think without it, we're somewhat stymied by the process of getting involved in the minutia of each one of the categories, or each one of the lots, I'm sorry.
There is an option in place of zoning that BW1 that we could consider Parks and Rec.
Are you proposing an amendment?
He just moved, he just made the motion.
Right, and there,
Are you proposing an amendment?
No, it's.
We're still in
open
discussion.
Discussion. I'm only making, I'm only discussing it. You were.
I'm not sure what you're discussing. You're discussing an
option.
option to the motion. That's an amendment.
No, we're still in discussion, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's been a motion on the floor.
Andy's motion.
There's been a motion on the
his
floor to essentially create two new zoning districts. And then from there, that motion can be discussed. And if you guys approve of those standards, then you can go and discuss those standards of those two zoning districts. But this is to establish those two.
Exactly.
Okay.
To just establish them.
Go ahead and state it again so we can.
So,
Use your mic, please.
so Andy, your concern was that we clarify the zoning. and we
No, I
get
want to
that done
establish
first.
the category first and then discuss the application of the category to each property. If there are issues with respect to any of the items included in that property.
Okay.
So if I can help maybe
Any other
add
discussion?
additional clarity, it's providing a base point for you guys to start the conversation on Beach Walker 1, if I'm hearing that correctly. Yeah.
So there's a motion on the floor to accept Beach Walker 1 and Beach Walker 2 as new zoning categories.
Correct.
We can vote that up or vote that down. If we vote that down, we can then go parcel to by parcel and say what zoning category we would like to see on those parcels.
And that was for parcel 8 and 10, correct?
No, we're not. We're
The
just
whole
doing
thing.
category.
Okay,
That's
categories.
the overall category
Okay.
for the zoning map and provides the ability to discuss individual parcels that fit in that category.
So I'll start the discussion. I'm still not really comfortable with these mixed-use zoning categories. I think the existing categories we have, R1, R2, R3, commercial, et cetera, are sufficient. We might discuss some of the requirements of the category. I don't think that, for me, that feels like extending an option that we don't need to extend. It feels like it's providing some flexibility that shouldn't be provided at this point. I'd rather whoever develops these properties be explicit about what they want. If they don't agree with the zoning that we propose, they can come back and request a zoning change. But I'd rather our zoning categories be pretty tight so that we know exactly what's going to be built and the public knows exactly what's going to be built or how the land's going to be used. So I would not be in favor of creating these categories for those reasons.
I'm in favor of creating the categories for two reasons. Number one, it's part of the discussion we had earlier, is that BW1, based on what was explained to me, functions no differently than R2/C. That it's got, that the developer's got to decide whether he wants it commercial or whether he wants it residential. So it doesn't act any different. But what it does in addition to that is that by having a BW1, and I'm focusing on BW1 because BW2, we can get to that a little bit later. But on BW1, you can be geographically specific as to where you would want to apply zoning that could be either commercial or residential. At this point, any property that is R2, RC zoned throughout the entire island could, it has that option. Whereas if we have BW1, we can tie it to a specific area.
I think, Larry, didn't we do away with, in our last meeting, all the other lots that were dual zoned?
Well, that's what I asked, and I didn't get a clear answer earlier today.
There are no
So,
more dual
so
zoned.
those were based on either fully developed parcels as, for example, Riverview or Little Rabbit, where those were zone R2/C. And the recommendation for those went to R2 because those were already fully developed.
Right, I'm familiar, but the question I asked earlier, which again, I didn't quite understand, is that are there any other properties out there currently with an R2, with an R2/C zoning beside the ones we dealt with last week and potentially these?
No, not, so these are not the ones that the ones that we held last, not including the ones that we did last time. So the ones that we did last time, which would include Little Rabbit,
right,
Riverview, Mingo Point North and South, and then those adjacent to Oyster Rake, those parcels are all the R2/C parcels. To help you, I'm going to pull up the zoning map just so that we're clear on exactly which parcels that are referenced. So the two areas that I just mentioned, which would include, this gives it time here to load up for a second. Parcel 8, 10, which those areas, these parcels to the north, adjacent to the Key Island Parkway, Little Rabbit, as well as Riverview. Those are the R2/C properties on the island.
And we changed that.
Yeah, we changed it.
So a question and a comment. I mean, to Larry, if there was a spot on the island that we felt that was appropriate for mixed-use zoning, that we could, in the future, still establish mixed-use zoning. But obviously, today, we're here to talk about these parcels. So I think, you know, Beachwalker 1 and Beachwalker 2 are really specific to these parcels. If we want to establish mixed-use zoning in the future for another spot on the island where maybe it's a little bit more appropriate, then we can still do that in the future.
Okay.
Yeah, and it should also be noted that with the Beachwalker 1 and 2 parcels, there are some additional permitted uses that aren't currently permitted, and
Yeah, but we could, but if we could modify we can modify the permitted uses. That's, doesn't, you know, we can,
yeah, if you see the need for the new
Yeah,
zones.
that's
and
why I think we need to get the overall category established so we can discuss what we want to fit in that category and apply to the parcels.
Or not do the categories
not
and
to,
just
right.
rezone. So maybe we should just decide that first and go from there. Should we vote on that?
Vote on whether or not we establish the two.
Yeah, that's your motion on the floor.
That's the proposal.
John, your comment?
No, I mean, there's still a motion to establish, there's a motion to establish those two zoning districts. If there are any other comments, I mean, you guys can,
I think we can call a question.
John, just one further question. If we don't have BW1 or BW2 as an option, then what would we'd have to use one of the existing
Current standards.
standards.
Right.
Okay, but R2 or R3, but not R2C or R3C?
Correct.
Why not? Why can't we do that? We did it before. Why can't we put R2,
Have to
R3?
change, would have to change what exists now to those categories.
so to the point that we did it before, that's something that, and maybe I'll let Joe weigh in on it, but the R3/C category is not an explicit zoning district designation in our code. And so that was one of the things that we wanted to be able to clean up as part of this process.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there seems to be some confusion between mixed-use zoning and what I've called dual zoning. Two different things, kind of two different. I don't have any concerns with mixed-use zoning of any particular parcel that allows R3 and commercial, for instance. But dual zoning that allows a developer to choose which kind of zoning they're going to use at some indeterminate time in the future is what I think we're trying to get away from.
So basically,
Between BW1 and BW2?
so basically, when I'm looking again at the proposed rezonings, and our current land use maps has R2, RC developments, you're saying we want to get rid of all those and not use them as an option?
So that was really included in our zoning map because it was overlaying the development agreement on our zoning map. That's really the substantive purpose of why we have these particular categories on ours. So if you look at the footnotes of our zoning map, it's always had a footnote that's subject to the development agreement because these particular parcels have always been shown as the standards outlined based on the
So when the development agreement expires, that requirement to have it there will go away? Or if we rescind that?
Partly of what we're doing in this process right now. So these categories that you're referencing here that are shown R2/C, it's what we're trying to essentially clean during this process.
Okay.
Joe, a question about mixed use, dual use. So the dual use, you said, would allow a developer at an unspecified future date to develop either whichever of those uses he or she desired. What if that can't be done with a mixed use?
Well, it gets pretty close, I mean, admittedly.
If
But-
I can,
Yeah,
I was going to say that we have an established category now that allows those
Yeah.
uses opposed to having two separate categories that you're picking and choosing from which one. So we have a category now established that would allow you to do those uses, commercial and residential.
That's BW2.
EW1 and 2.
And
those-
2.
Yeah.
One was candidate. That was or. BW2 is both.
So us establishing, maybe I'll try to level set here. Us establishing a new zoning district allows you to get parcel specific to allow uses in the both residential and commercial realm. With that flexibility, maybe it's a choice, maybe it's a combination. But for me, more importantly, it's about allowing that option to have those mix of uses for those parcels opposed to how those uses are intertwined. So we can determine how those uses are intertwined and the standards play, but having the foundation to allow those uses is what staff is recommending.
I believe I've asked the chair to call a question, please.
Well, I believe what we have on the floor now is a motion.
Well, hold on a second. I will, because this is something of it.
Okay.
He's made a motion to call the question. which means there's no more debate. We have to have a vote if 66%, two-thirds of the voters vote to call the question, then we have a vote with no more debate. But two-thirds have to agree.
I thought it was two-thirds to override.
It's two-thirds to call the question and end debate.
I think that's
So, and you
somewhat
have to have that
confusing.
vote now.
Right.
So there is a motion on the floor to call the question.
There was an earlier motion on the floor from Andy.
Call the question has priority.
Okay.
No, I think he was explaining what the.
Question is the
voting on.
motion I have on the floor.
So his motion on the floor was to include BW1, BW2
Yes.
across all categories.
And then he made a motion to call the question, which means he wants to have a vote on that now with no more discussion.
Okay.
And that has priority. It stops debate. You don't have to vote in favor of it, but, if you want to keep discussing it, vote no on calling the question.
Okay.
Be very clear.
So we have a motion to call the question.
So made.
Okay, second.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
So that passes. So now we have to have a vote
On the
on
question.
Andy's original motion with no more discussion.
Okay.
So it's to,
Call
could
the
you state,
question.
it was to establish BW1 and BW2
Across all categories.
as zoning districts.
Okay.
Right.
So we call a vote on that.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of voting yes?
Aye.
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 Well, let's have a roll call vote.
Roll call?
Since there's going to be,
Andy?
Yes.
Okay.
Opposed?
Opposed? Okay, no.
4.
Okay. I'll say yes.
Opposed?
Okay.
Oppose?
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. 3 yes and 4 no's, what I have.
yeah, so the vote
Motion
fails.
fails.
Okay, the vote fails. Okay. John?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to go through these parcels using the existing codes, R1, R2, R3, and designate them as such, and include discussion of the parameters that are included in what R1, R2, R3 mean.
Now, is
Second.
that- Is that for each parcel?
Each parcel.
Second.
All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Vote passes.
Vote passed. John?
So, based on the motion, would consider those 3 residential zoning districts to apply to all subject parcels. Is that correct?
Correct. Single use.
Is that,
And some may or may not be residential for future land use. Why don't we go through each parcel and talk
I just wanted to
about
be clear, I don't know if that was the motion. I thought,
Motion is to go through every one against the categories.
it? And our job is to recommend to the town council how these should be zoned. So I think what we're doing is we go through each parcel, we make our recommendations, we vote on it, and that's what goes to town council, and they'll
so
do what
parcel,
they'll do.
I'll just go down the list, parcel 8, and I'm going to combine parcel 810, which is parcel 20705, 120. So we'll start there with, would be known as the Parkway Gate, Marsh Point residual. This is parcel 8 and 10.
Okay, so we need a motion to
So
approve.
wait, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna introduce the parcel, and then you guys provide me what your recommendation would be.
Rejected his recommendation, essentially.
Right. So we should,
I'd like to recommend that that be zoned Parks and Recreation.
On 8 or 10 or both?
Both combined.
my concern on that is that because might be considered a significant downzoning, can we do that as future land use? Because we've got to do, John, don't we have to do both a future land use recommendation and a zoning recommendation?
I'm sorry, Joe, we have a motion. Do they need a second and then discussion? Because the motion was made by
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Kay.
Sorry, could you read to?
She made a
8 and
motion
10
to
is-
8 and 10 for
Oh,
Parks
yes,
and Rec,
Parks
so we
Rec.
need a
Is there
second and then discussion,
You're right, I'm sorry.
not unless it fails.
What was this, Stephanie?
I said not unless no one seconds
Yeah,
that
we didn't
motion
have
and
a
it
second,
fails.
yeah.
8 and 10 to be
Parks and
Parks and
Recreation,
Recreation.
that was the motion Ms. Kay put forth.
Is there a second?
I'll second it so we can discuss it.
Okay? Thank you.
All those in favor, say aye.
Wait, discussion.
Bill,
Oh, discussion, okay.
Discussion.
Discussion, I'm sorry.
I am not in favor of taking rights away from a property owner that already are established. If you want, going back to day one, when the first lot was sold and the covenants were added, and then with the development agreements being added later, I would not support a motion to change the category to take away the rights to develop that property.
I think Andy's right on this, and that's why I'm asking, do we need to do two things for each parcel? Future land use and zoning recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe Madeline, do you want to keep the motion or withdraw it?
Well, it didn't have a second, so
it did.
What's the
Well, I
second?
did just
You
for
gotta vote on it.
discussion
You're right, you're
purposes,
correct,
but
you're
I would recommend withdrawing it because I don't think we'll be able to do Parks and Recs on this.
I can withdraw it. I just saw it as a unique opportunity to address especially density and stormwater runoff.
I'd love to do it, but I don't know that we
Noted.
can.
So I would make a motion on this parcel 8 and 10.
So, well,
Has
has,
the motion been withdrawn?
Ms. Kay, have you withdrawn your
Yes, I'll
motion?
withdraw it.
Thank you.
And then, Ms. Hennessy?
I withdraw.
So I'll make a motion on parcel 8 and parcel 10, that we treat them separately because they're distinct pieces of property with a separation.
we can't treat them
and-
separately.
It's
Can't
'cause
do
it's, no, because it's just one
Okay.
parcel.
It's one
Then
parcel.
then we'll choose it as one parcel, and I would suggest that the future land use and zoning both be commercial. I struggle with commercial, I shouldn't talk about that. Both be commercial, both for future land use and zoning. Because of the contiguous nature.
Is that a
to-
motion?
That's my motion, yep.
I second it.
What is the future land use you're proposing? Commercial for both?
Commercial for both. And the discussion is, it's contiguous to the general store area. So using Mark Pomar's logic, that's probably the highest and best use for it. It doesn't take away any rights from the developer, because probably commercial is higher value than residential one. And it probably what makes most sense to me is that be commercial. So that's my logic.
I would suggest that the biggest issue we're dealing with in many of these lot discussions is traffic.
He made a motion, I seconded it.
Okay, we didn't hear. Thank you.
We're discussing, right. And I would, again, the issue we're discussing mostly with all of these parcel discussions is traffic being an issue. If you go back to the beginning of this island, I think the biggest mistake that was made was that property in what is now called the general store was sold, not leased, but sold. And the major cause of traffic on Beachwalker today, aside from the beach itself, is the general store. You can talk all you want about Riverwalk and Inlet Cove. That traffic is manageable. It has been manageable since they exist and existed. And the traffic problem that you're dealing with is commercial. All this motion does is increase that problem and poses no solution. So I would oppose that.
So I don't.
You consider
That's a
R1?
good point, but I don't think traffic in and of itself is the problem. I think it's the road construction and the road use design is the problem. I think the traffic can be managed, and if you add 234 units or whatever it is Mark mentioned earlier, plus another 60 or so from Beachwalker, that's going to put more residential traffic that's going to probably have a greater impact on the need to redesign that corner. So I don't think making this commercial is going to increase anything. It probably would provide some parking, additional parking, so people are not crazy in there. It might enhance the traffic if parking is more efficient and it's quicker to get in and out of that general store area. But traffic in and of itself is not the problem. The problem is the design of that intersection.
The intersection design is being discussed, there's contracts being issued, various conclusions have already been drawn as to the ability to change that intersection, and it's certainly a discussion underway, but I would not at all prejudge the conclusion on that discussion by adding to the fact that this change is not part of that discussion. The change is not to consider additional traffic, it's to consider existing traffic.
And just another comment that, that Mark made the request that parcel 9 be considered for commercial. So I guess I would be more in favor of granting his request that make 9 commercial, but change 8/10 back to residential.
And I would think 8, 9, and 10 should be residential, and they're contiguous to other residential things. I don't think we want to make 9, because 8 is hard to get to. 9 is right here. I think we keep this all residential. And we can talk about what level of residential, but I think if you look at the map, I think it's better for us to zone it now residential, and then if a commercial use comes along that we think is appropriate, then we can change it. But I think we should start at keeping it residential. Can you live with that, Luke?
Mr. Chairman, can I amend my motion?
I was getting ready to, go ahead.
Can I amend it such that we discuss all 3 of these parcels as being zoned residential and then define what type that is as we go forward?
That's such a complete change. Can you just withdraw the motion so we can start from scratch again?
I withdraw my original motion.
Okay, and your new motion is?
My new motion would be to consider parcels 8, 9, and 10 as residential, and I will edit my motion later to decide whether it's R1 or R2 or R3 after discussion. But starting with residential and not commercial.
Not sure you have a motion,
Can I do that?
not if you're going to
May I
change
ask a
it.
question, just for clarity? Because we're talking about land use, right, and zoning, don't you have to
Probably.
designate, doesn't he have to
Actually-
designate a zoning category, or can you just say residential?
I'll do R2. I'll just designate it as
That was
R2.
going to be my suggestion.
would be preferable.
designate
I'll
the
just designate,
Two.
I make a motion designate 8, 9, and 10 as R2.
I second it.
Discussion.
Any discussion? The motion is for 8, 9, 10 be moved to R2.
And that's what's,
Other than putting it in a separate category, what's the difference between R2 and a BW 1 and 2?
We don't have it available.
Sorry?
We don't have BW available.
What?
We don't, it's not available.
There is no category.
There's no
BW1.
category.
We can make the category, that's
We
what.
just decided not to.
Remember, it
Oh, you
failed.
did.
Have to vote.
No, you decided to consider each one.
No.
No.
I could make it B1, and I could make a motion, make it B1.
have we considered R1?
Discussion,
The only, again, discussion, of R1 versus R2. These lots are relatively small, and so you're not talking about a great deal of difference in the number of dwelling units, whether it's R1 or R2.
Well, yeah, I think you are. Hang on.
Actually, R1 is 3 dwelling units per acre, 2 stories, 40-foot height. R2 is 6 dwelling units per acre with 4 dwelling units per building. So there is a difference.
So I want to also note, just R2 category allows for single family as well, so it's not preclusive of only single family detached. R2 allows for single family attached and detached units.
Good point.
Which is what the settlement is, but it's, the settlements are too. And has single family.
I'm referring to what Inlet Cove is, Riverview.
Riverview.
All those are R2.
So there could be townhomes, so if we want, but you're saying if we do height restrictions, then it applies to all R2?
I'll get to the point. What I was saying is, if you go to R1, this would not allow townhomes on that lot. So that was kind of what I was saying there.
And John, correct me if I'm wrong, essentially, if they recommend R2, if you look at Riverview, Riverview is currently R2, so you can potentially have another Riverview across the way.
Right.
What is Inlet
Okay.
Cove? Is Inlet Cove R1 or R2, John?
Riverview is R2.
Inlet Cove.
I'm sorry, R2 overlay, which the overlay just adds some massing standards on top of it, but it's R2.
Okay, I can live with R2 then.
The motion is for
R2.
Yeah, the motion right now is for 8, 9, 10 to be an R2 from Luke. Is that correct?
And it was seconded by
Did we get a-
Larry.
Can we call for question?
Call for question.
No discussion? Okay.
I mean, you don't need to call the
You don't need
question
to
every
call it.
time. It's just, I think the discussion is
Okay.
about run out, so I think
It's
you'll
run its
be
course.
okay.
Just call for a vote, Mr. Chair.
Call for a vote.
Okay, let's call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. There's 8, 9, and 10.
Parcel 11 is Beachwalker Lagoon. That parcel has been recommended, is R3, high-density residential for its future land use designation.
I'm sorry, what was the future land use district?
Which one are we on, John?
I'm sorry, before I go to that, you guys voted for R2, but I would anticipate that we can just make the motion that that would apply to the medium-density residential future land use category. I just want to make that part of the record so that you guys vote on the future land use designation as well. I only heard the zoning as part of the motion.
So could you clarify this a little for us, John? We voted on the zoning, so it's R2. What is the future land use then? What is the impact of that?
The future land use is what's going to, with our comprehensive plan, our future land use map. So that allows to essentially marry. So exhibit the
Down to 2.
section 12-61, it shows those establishment zoning districts. It shows you which zoning districts are comparable to those recommended future land uses. And so you're looking at, I'll try to simplify this a little bit. Everyone felt comfortable with those parcels going to residential. And so we would recommend that the future land use be residential for those parcels. And so that's sort of the simplest way to think about it.
Okay, so on these, we can't really say Parks and Recs or something for future land.
I would not recommend.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, we called for a vote on the question, but do we vote on the?
We can vote on the question. You don't need to call a question every time.
So that was a vote for
There's still discussion going on.
Right.
I would, you can just, I moved a little bit fast before we went to the next one. I just wanted you guys to make a motion to formally adopt the future land use as medium density as kind of what was just discussed with you rezoning it to R2 residential.
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, who, Ms. Hennessy, you made a motion, and Ms. Kay, you second?
For future land uses medium.
Did we get a motion and a second?
Yes.
All
Any
those in favor?
discussion?
Aye.
Opposed?
So just moving on now to the Beachwalker Lagoon parcel, which is parcel 11. It's currently a mixed-use parcel. This parcel is currently under site plan review. The proposed zoning district, R3, the proposed future land use designation of high-density residential.
And this is one of the plats that's under, is under review now, right?
Correct.
Right.
So if we were to make this R2 to be consistent with 8, 9, and 10, we would do it with the understanding that it has no impact on the site plan that is currently under review.
Can we get a, Joanne?
We've discussed that in executive session. I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah, and Joanne, would you use the mic so we can hear you
Oh,
down here?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
I move that we make it high-density residential R2. Or I mean, sorry, R3. R3.
This is parcel 11?
Parcel 11, yeah.
Larry, what did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said R3, high-density residential.
Any second?
Second?
Second.
R3.
He said R2.
R2 high density.
Well,
R3.
wait, I've heard
three.
three.
I
I said
said
You
R3.
said 3.
I said 3, R3.
Sorry, R3. Okay. And we got a second.
Second.
Is it R3?
R3 high density.
Okay, thank you.
It's R3, okay.
And we have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Discussion, I feel like.
I didn't think there was any
people might
other-
discuss.
All right, well,
Comments on
just
that
one thing then to note in, if it goes to R3 under the ZLDR, multifamily is limited to 2 stories. I just wanted to make sure we're,
So if there was a desire to amend the height for this particular standard, I would not recommend that you move to R3, then you would essentially recommend staff creating a separate zoning district to amend the height, because that would affect all properties within the R3 category.
no, I'm just looking at the, isn't that in our current standard for multifamily dwellings in, in our current standard, under R3, Table 2G, multifamily with a lot size of at least 10,000 square feet, which is under a quarter of an acre for those of you, has,
The maximum
The
height
maximum
standards for
height,
multifamily is 2 stories,
2
40
stories,
feet.
40 feet. So that's what we're saying on this.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make that
Yeah.
clear, that that's
No,
what.
it's exactly, basically, it's exactly as it's been presented in the,
What's in the standards now?
It's what's in the standards now.
Right.
Which is for any multifamily 2 stories. Okay.
So John, in the current site plan that you have, the ADRA has 7 dwelling units per building. The other 2 on our sheet have 4 dwelling units per building. Is this going to create a non-conforming both in terms of height and the number of dwelling units per building?
If those site plans approve, this proposed rezoning would create nonconformity.
In both those categories, dwelling units per building and in height?
Dwelling units per building as well as height.
Back to 7.
Okay, so current standards for R3 are 4 stories with a 50-foot height.
No.
No,
Under current.
First column.
that's the ARDA.
The ARDA. Yes, okay.
So we're reducing that with R3.
No, I was just trying to clarify current standards.
I'm sorry, so yes, you are correct. If you said current standards, I apologize.
And, okay.
Any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second for parcel 11 to be R3 high density. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Sorry, we're in the middle of voting.
The next one, which has been outlined as then staying not part of the development agreement, just confirming the standards for the former church parcel being recommended as high-density residential R3. This parcel is under site plan review currently.
and the site plan under review is the one that was rezoned in 2016, as noted.
Yes, this was rezoned to the R3/C in 2016.
I'm sorry, John, can I ask a question? Go back to parcel 11. Do they need to also change the land use designation because it's currently mixed use?
They did it together in that one,
Oh,
so
they
it
did that
was
together, okay.
high density, yeah.
Thank you.
John, what's the requirement for setback for roadways or driveways from property lines?
So driveways doesn't have a setback requirement, they can encroach into the setback.
Say that again, please.
Driveways can go into a setback,
So they can go right up to the property line?
yes.
What about the church parcel's a flag lot. How, I've walked, but it's hard to tell. How wide is the flag
is a
part
regular
and how much of that is the road? And then is there enough room for all the buffers and all that?
So this parcel is already under site plan review. So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, it's already under site plan review.
So the proposal is to take the former church parcel and make it R3.
The substantially, based on what is being proposed for the development on that subject parcel, the standards that are being recommended by staff would be consistent with what is being developed on that particular parcel,
Which is R3.
which is R3.
Right.
So two-story on multifamily. On the church parcel, the current standard is for multifamily, 2 stories, 40 feet.
Just for clarity, it's 2.5 stories.
I thought that was,
Just for clarity, it's 2.5.
okay,
So
this is what I'm confused. I show that patio homes, duplexes, townhouses are 2.5, multifamily is 2. The duplex, townhouse, multifamily are all 40-foot height, but duplex, townhome are 2.5, multifamily is 2. That's in the 12-67 of our land use planning, table 2G.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think we're getting hung up on the actual development of what's going on that particular parcel opposed to the rezoning of the parcel. So I just want us to stay on kind of task here.
Okay.
I think we're trying to think about not making non-conforming properties. Well, that's why she's asking the question.
So currently, we have a motion.
Yeah, so to clarify that's how that parcel is being evaluated today based on the R3 standards.
Okay. So our current motion is for the church property to be moved to R3, is that correct? Someone made that motion?
No one's made a motion yet for this. You need a motion in this. You need a motion. No one's made a motion.
There was no motion?
Not yet for this.
I move we make the former church parcel R3.
Okay, there is a motion now. We have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
What-
Discussion.
We need
Discussion.
discussion? Have we just now discussed, didn't we?
Kind of preliminary discussed it.
To be official,
Any
just
more
ask for a discussion.
Any further discussion?
No, I just wanted, there is a site plan under review right now, under this standard.
Correct.
Okay, and so we haven't seen it, so we don't know if it's duplex townhomes, which can be 2.5 stories, or if it's multifamily that can be 2
We've
stories.
uploaded all those plans, so if anyone wants to see what those plans are, we have uploaded all those plans online to.
I tried to look, it's impossible to read. I'll come look in your office.
But before we have that vote, John, could you just tell us what they look like?
I don't think you can tell them what they look like, but just that it meets.
I mean,
the-
they're
stories
essentially
are they?
2 stories, 2-story buildings. I mean, they're very,
I don't mean aesthetically what they look like. I'm talking about how
the
many
height.
stories, and is it parking underneath, or?
yeah.
I think,
I
John,
know it's-
just so that, the question really is it 2.5 stories or 2 stories? There's
Two
2
sto-
stories,
there's
it's
2
2 stories over
stories.
parking?
Yes.
Okay, that's all she was asking.
35 feet.
You're welcome.
It's 4 buildings, 4 units each building.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Methodist Church. Okay.
That also includes changing it, oh,
We're now going to shift towards Lower Beach Walker parcels. We'll begin with parcel 13, lot 1. This is an undeveloped parcel. This parcel is currently under site plan review. Current standards allow mixed use at 4 stories, 65 feet in height, with a limited height zone of 3 stories and 55 feet height to the eastern portion of that subject property. The proposed recommendation is R3, which equates to a high-density residential, which is in our existing standards of our R3 zoning district.
Okay. Parcel 13, lot 1.
So basically, it's another Cape, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Mr. Chairman, I move we follow staff recommendation as is with high density in R3, 2.5 stories at 40 feet.
For lot 1,
For lot
parcel
one.
13?
For lot 1, parcel 13.
So you're
Okay.
Second,
basically saying the old
second.
existing standard, existing zoning.
Okay, got a motion, I guess, second. Any discussion
Not the
on that?
staff
I'm sorry,
recommendation.
who seconded that?
They're the same.
Okay, thank you.
Have a discussion on that particular motion and second on parcel 13, lot 1?
Is there,
Keeping it the same?
is there any room for negotiation anywhere to get that
current
65 feet down, or is that ship sailed?
The ADRA.
Yeah,
You talking about the current standards in the development agreement?
Yeah,
That would,
About that today.
that
in
would
relation to
require,
this.
that's a different process. I mean, if
Current
the
standard for
amendment to the
elsewhere.
development agreement would be a different process. Like I said earlier, for particular height standards, if there is something amenable that you would prefer, then I would recommend that you look at it part specific, like I kind of introduced this by saying, hey, this particular parcel may want different standards than what's in the typology of our standard R1, R2, R3 code. So if that's one of those parcels, I know it's been recommended as R3 based on the motion just now, but if there is, this does not prevent you from saying, hey, we can create X category that would allow a different height, different standards. I won't use the BW because that's already.
no, I think we're stuck, and I hope the public understands that much as we would love to not have another 65-foot story building on parcel 13, lot 1, it is in the development agreement. The developer does have the right, and there is a site plan under review, and it's beyond the scope of this commission to do anything about that. So all we can do is our rezoned. So I'll go along with R3.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second on parcel 13, lot 1, to go along with staff recommendation in keeping it as been proposed, correct?
Can I ask John a question before you close discussion?
Sure.
Again, I don't really want to create any non-conforming buildings. Under the current ARDA, there's an asterisk that gives us that 7 units per building, I guess, and 2 at 14. Could we asterisk this one, or is that not what we should do from a policy standpoint?
So the path in order to do that would to be establish either, the path to do that, what I would recommend is that you establish a new zoning district specifically for that parcel. Because if you don't, then amending the standards in the R3 zoning category would affect every single R3 zone
So it's
property
just
on the
cleaner and
island.
easier to establish a
So
new.
establishing a new zoning district for that particular
lot.
parcel.
But it's moot because the building's under site review already.
I mean, I think that would be the developer coming to a negotiating table to make some concessions. So, I mean, that, again, that's not what we can accomplish here today.
Right.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Farrell?
Yes, please.
So regarding the asterisks that you just noted, you're concern of wanting to be able to move forward with the category that responds to what is being proposed for those sites that site today.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
So you asked a question about, because there were two asterisks there based on the development agreement amendments. Those amendments were parcel specific that essentially customized the height standards and customized number of dwelling units per building. Is that something that you're looking to accomplish with this specific parcel? That's why I asked the question there.
It's really a question for the other commissioners. Do we want to approve something that we know is going to be non-conforming in the future? Having had the executive session, we know the implications or potential implications. Or do we want to just zone it like, we think is best for the island, what we should be doing?
I think keeping it R3, keeping it within the current zoning codes is fine, because it's going to be built the way it's going to be built, no matter what we do.
Good point.
And I think for the purposes of future, we don't want to create that new zoning code. So I think we just leave it R3, and they will build what they're able to build.
I'm okay with that.
Candy?
So you're using the existing standards
Yeah.
in 7 dwelling units per building,
That would be four dwelling
as
units.
proposed.
No, that's also the current standard.
Current standard
Current
allows
standard.
4.
4 dwelling units per building.
How'd you get to 7?
That's the current ARDA.
ADR. Isn't that still effect?
Yes.
This is going to be the new or our proposed.
If we approve this today, and the Planning Commission recommends this to all of them to the town council, and they get it before the expiration, what are we approving?
So the recommendation to go
recommending?
to the recommendation to go to R3 would create nonconformity based on those site plans of Lot 1 today. So
With the rights that are in the ADA?
however, the site plan, so it approved, they would be able to build according to those standards that are in place effective today based on the development agreement.
Wait a minute, if we're approving it and the town council approves it before the expiration, isn't the ADA the effective document?
Yes.
In which case it allows 7.
Yes.
So
Whatever we approve here today is going to drop into place on December 4th in the development agreement. Well, actually, let me tell you, because we're not approving, we're recommending.
Right.
If the town council approves it, it's going to drop into place on December 4th in place of the ARDA standards.
With the allowance of 7 units per building.
No, I think that's part of ARDA. That is
Be
being
able to build.
replaced.
It's part of the ADA. If they
They
ARDA,
can build
yes.
this, they can build the 7.
But they're still
can build the
building
7
what's.
now.
What we're improving, if there was a disaster or something and they had to rebuild the building, it would be, this would be in effect. and
If it had to be replaced, yeah. But if it was approved before the ADA expired, what would be the allowance for the buildings? 7 units.
7.
That's what we're approving
No.
today.
No.
No, we're
We're
approving,
approving R3.
Recommended zone for the future.
For the future.
4 units.
So if all this gets done before, they can get 7.
Yeah.
This does not affect any site plans that are in process.
Okay, any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second for parcel 13, lot 1, to move forward with the planning staff's recommendation of what is proposed.
what you said, R3, high-density residential.
Thank you.
Exactly. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
The next parcel, which is a subtract of the parcel parent 13, is where the Cape is developed. This is a mixed-use future land use designation, current zoning R3/C based on the amended and restated development agreement. What's being proposed for this is, what was the mixed-use category, BW2, of 3 stories, 50 feet in height, Sweat 7 dwelling units per building, 6 dwelling units per acre as far as density. That was the proposed BW2 zoning category.
So by default, then, it would have to be R3.
Yeah.
Is there,
I make a motion that we zone the Cape lot, because it's part of parcels 13 R3.
can we take these together, timbers?
Timbers and the Cape, since
Which
they're all
one,
part of.
which one are we talking about?
I'm asking if we can take the,
Yes.
the next two together, since they're
All part of parcel 13.
all part of, yes.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
play.
the motion.
I
With the
move
Cape
that
and Timbers
we,
together?
Yeah.
I move that we do zone the Cape and Timbers R3,
High residential.
Can we, yeah,
high-density residential.
Second. I second.
discussion.
Any discussion on that?
So I'll ask the question, John, why did staff recommend 3 stories and 50 feet, which is higher than the current standard would be, but it's a lot lower than what the ADR is?
No.
What's,
R3
help me understand what the logic there was.
We're just going to take them together.
So
Yeah, but
the
we haven't.
current allowances are in
I don't
that
think
the second column, which is based on the development agreement. What you see
That's
in
where I
that
started.
second column is the R3 standards of the zoning code. The reason for the recommendation to go to mixed use in the 3 stories height is to keep some consistency of how those parcels have been developed with adjacent parcels as well. Today, we have 4-story buildings and 3 stories being built across the street. And so 3 stories felt consistent and from a land use pattern and character standpoint, consistent, not necessarily going to 4-story, where I heard there are a lot of concerns going to 4-story, but 3 stories felt compatible.
That's if it's completed according to the current permissive zoning, and nothing happens to it from the standpoint of any disaster, they can go ahead and build what's being built now.
So the 2 parcels and the 2 parcels that we're discussing now are already been permitted. Those are under permitted, and one is complete, one is under construction. So those won't affect any decisions made today as far as zoning standards.
So John, but this is really moot from 3-story. We don't have a zoning classification that has 3 stories, 50 feet. None of those specifications are in one that's available to assign today, is there?
You can propose any category that you desire. So if you wanted to propose a new category, you could with the standards, and
Okay, well, that's my point. If we don't have it now, we'd have to propose it and get them enacted inside the zoning regulations.
correct.
All right, so for right now, we either do R3 with what its standard is, which is 40 feet, versus, but if we want to modify it to anything that's being recommended, we've got to come up with a new zoning category.
Like BW2.
We don't have that.
That would be the new zoning category.
Okay, any further discussion?
So let me ask a question. To the planning commission, do we want to take more time to take a look at this based on the requirement, whether we want to come up with a new zoning category and defer these 2, Timbers and the Cape, to some future date?
But even what's been proposed, the BW2, they would still
No, but
be-
we don't have BW2.
No, he's saying it'd be proposed, he's about over here.
I mean, what's the purpose of putting them off?
Oh, just
you want
because.
to make them
if you-
conforming?
No, if you wanted, if there was a reason that the staff recommended 3 stories, 50 feet. And we could either say, no, it's going to go, we can zone them 2.5 stories, 40 feet, or we can say, well, let's see what we're talking about and see if there's a logic for setting another category sort of different than BW2. But the issue with BW2 was that it was a multi-use. Now, we're not talking about a multi-use, but maybe an R4 that has these restrictions.
Well, like I said, if you want to consider that, I guess the rationale for making that consideration is because you want to make what's already been built to conform.
Conforming, yeah.
I would suggest, Larry,
but
that given the time
confirm you, though.
constraints that we're operating under, and, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, say again?
Given the time constraints we're operating under, and the fact that it's moot because these buildings are already
Right.
being built, let's go ahead and get it done as R3, and then down the road, if we feel the need to add or change something, we can do it. But I wouldn't want to delay us
Okay.
for that, because it has no
Okay,
impact.
good point, good point. Let me just say, John, if we do that and you guys think we need to take another look at it, he can bring it to us
Right.
as a recommendation. Okay, I'm good with that.
I'm sorry, who made the second?
Do we-
Others, okay, thank you.
So,
And just for the, I think that's a good idea. We
Basically,
should look
the
at
two
this,
staying where
we
they
should get
are.
it done expeditiously,
Two of them are
and look
staying
at this
where
so
they
we
are.
don't create something that's non-conforming. So that somebody
That would
doesn't
be the purpose.
misunderstand our purpose, yeah.
so if I'm hearing it, you want staff to revisit these?
No, we're going to
No.
vote on these.
No.
Do it, but then if you want to revisit it and come back and say, hey, we recommend something, don't call it BW because it won't pass, but call it something,
C&T. Capes and timber.
R4 or something, I don't care.
All right.
I don't know if I got clear direction, but we'll move on.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
We'll lead you on that one, John.
It'll give Mark a headache and make it more non-conforming, that's all. If you went back and
But we
did
want to
it
come back
now.
and make it conforming.
No.
Not.
Okay,
Okay, who made the original motion?
so,
Joanne,
second.
Ms. Hennessy?
so was the motion to,
It was motion to, I made the motion to zone the Cape and Timbers R3. To make them, make all of parcel 13 consistent,
Okay.
R3 high designate.
And we had a second, I believe.
Right.
Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
aye.
Opposed? Cape and Timbers.
We have two remaining on Lower Beach Walker. The first being Beach Walker Park, parcel 12A. This is currently R3/C, mixed-use future land use designation. This is a subject property of where the county park is currently located, which is being leased by the leased from the property owner. The recommendation for zoning is R2 residential with a future land use designation of active recreation open space. Yeah.
John, I have a question. So the designation being active recreation and open space, but then there is an allowance for residential construction?
Yeah, I went back and forth on that, and more than, what probably should be there is medium-density residential to marry the R2 zoning district. So I'm comfortable with that going to medium-density residential to marry. The zoning was more important to me than the future land use designation, but the medium-density residential, if the commission would like that to go to medium-density residential to be comparable to the R2 zoning district, which is being recommended, that should be what goes forward.
However, I kind of like the active recreation and open space designation better.
Is this is currently a public beach. Is this ever going to be anything but a public beach?
Well, that's the property owner's decision. I mean, the county park is being leased to the
And how
property
much
owner.
time is left on the lease?
Total of
A good
99
another
years.
30, 40 years maybe, I think, or better.
So if we have a future land use of recreation and open space and leave it R2, some group like this in 25 years can then decide they want to zone it permanently open space, or we don't know what's going to be happening in 25 years.
Yeah, I don't know if this is, I'm gonna backtrack here and say that the future land use should be medium density residential based on that R2 proposal, a recommendation. The active recreation and open space was more so married to how it's being used today. The R2 zoning district, based on its zoning and entitlements or zoning standards of R3/C, is where staff felt comfortable going to R2 for this. So I don't know if that answered your question, Ms. Kay, as far as why the active recreation open space, but what I would say is the medium density would be more appropriate to marry the R2 zoning district.
And I guess my question comes down to if it remains active recreation and open space, should there even be an R designation attached to that? A residential component?
That's the conflict that I want to clarify there. So that's the conflict there of not having that. So in our future land use map, those things that are designated residential from a future land use standpoint will have an associated zoning residential category. And so that recommendation of active recreation open space was more so anticipating how that property may be used in the future opposed to it being rezoned today. So if it rezoned today, that R2 leaves the entitlement for that to be developed. So as the property owner was to develop those, R2 would be the appropriate zoning designation that would be recommended from staff.
And
We're talking about that little piece of property.
Yeah, so this is the
lot.
this small portion over here, the parking lot essentially where the county park is today.
And the county has a 30-year lease on that?
They have
So
a
originally
99-year
99-year lease. I forget what year we're in, but it's a 99-year lease.
I think it.
So we're not
was it in the
talking all of
70s?
12A?
78 or 70 something around there, yeah.
It's a little confusing.
Are we talking the little piece, the parking lot, or all of Beachwalker
Because that
Park?
says 12A.
No, just the parking lot, I think.
That's all they have.
John, you might want to bring up the county
We're just
map
talking
because it's not really, if they see the county map, they can see how it's actually really, that's why it can get a little confusing.
A little more.
Okay.
So I just want to remember that in the development agreement, those are not separate parcels. And so this is another one of those examples of the parcel that we're discussing right now is this parcel 20705, number 1, where the cursor is here. That's the parcel that we're considering now for rezoning. The adjacent to the south would be the entire Captain Sam's, which includes both the R1 and R3/C based on the parcel 12A overlay within the development agreement. So I just wanted to make that distinction for you, that those are, even though it shows as two parcels in the DA, there's essentially, there's still 3 different areas in the development agreement, but there are only 2 areas in the official zoning TMS numbers.
If parcel 12B, Captain Sam's, recommendation is active recreation and open space with an R1 designation, does it make sense to have that mirrored in the 12A Beachwalker Park parcel?
So I might suggest that they're different because one's a parking lot with a 60-year lease left on it and one could be developed if they could figure out the way to get the state to get a road in there. So one piece is tied up for 60 years.
But
So
I
I think if we
agree
did have a
either way.
different view, it'd be okay.
you could easily make it an R1 as well.
So the current zoning for is R3/C. So that's the point that I want to raise, that the current standards are R3/C.
Might be too dramatic a change?
All right, well then let's go with R2.
So you also have some like transition, right? Because you have if the recommendation for Captain Sam's to remain as R1, that'll leave some transition to step down as far as intensity and density from R1, R2, or 3. But I mean, it's up to the commission, but that wouldn't be staff recommendation to go to R1.
I make a motion that we follow the staff's recommendation and zone it R2. And I don't know, just again, follow the staff's recommendation,
Medium.
make it medium density residential.
Is there a second?
Is there a second? We do have in case you couldn't hear from down there,
R2.
we have a recommendation to keep it as staff recommendation R2.
Put a medium density.
And we have a second.
With medium density residential for the future land use.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Any more discussion?
I thought we had the discussion.
Well,
You
just
have to
making
make it
sure.
official,
Okay, can we have another discussion?
or any other discussion.
Okay.
In 60 years.
Hey, what are you?
No
go
other
back and
discussion?
start from the beginning. What property we talking about?
We're talking about parcel 12A,
Yeah.
keeping with the staff recommendation. Okay. And no further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we have
Can we take a,
one opposed right here.
Two opposed.
Two opposed? Okay.
did you get that,
Yes,
Stephanie?
I did,
Ms.
thank you.
Gagos. That's all right. 12B is the next parcel, which is Captain Sam's. This is the entire area, so although you see that the zoning designations for this are low-density residential R1, there is also the area, this particular parcel that we've just kind of discussed for the Highlands area, not Highlands, but adjacent to the county park entrance that is included in this TMS number. Recommendations for this to go to R1 residential as a zoning with active recreation open space as its future land use designation.
Can we do it as KC, Conservation for the Future Land Use Designation? Because, it's, leave it R1 residential, because they still have their rights on that. But if it can't be developed, if we make it conservation, that way, then the state can't, put a Ferris wheel out there, whatever. If it's active recreation, I'm concerned about what could be put there. So if we leave R1, can we go to KC for future land use if it becomes undevelopable?
I probably set a pretty bad precedent with these previous two of having a different future land use and a zoning designation. That's now, I guess, rearing its head. But the R1 allowable use, the R1 zoning designation in our section 12-61, that is what I should be referencing, that shows what zoning category is married to the ideal future land use. And so that future land use, as it shows active recreation and open space, I'm comfortable with that, but however, I think it should be married to the low-density residential based on the zoning standards.
I think we got a recommendation from council during executive session.
Well, no. hold
Okay,
on.
well,
Let's not discuss that.
No, I'm not going to discuss, I'm not going to bring that back. We did get a recommendation. And so,
And you didn't get a recommendation because you take no action in executive session? You
Right.
just discussed it.
we just, so, I just say
Yeah.
that, that's where we should probably,
Yeah, if there's any way
Consider it.
we can make it conservation, I know that would suit most people.
I think you're treading on some areas where we're not really understanding what is likely to be and what could be, and you're closing the door on what potentially is already permitted.
Yeah, we don't know what the future of this property is. There's been no further plat submitted. It could be kept by the current owners, it could be sold, and I guess to whatever extent we can protect it, that is legal, we should try to do.
I don't think you can,
So you don't think we can put a future land use
because there are
at
rights
KC?
now that if they're sold, they're going to be sold with those rights.
But given the development agreement's expiring, we do have the right to change the zone. So we
Expiring,
keep it
yes, but we don't know what's going to happen before that.
Right, but we keep it R1, so they have the right to develop their 50 houses if they can figure out a way to do it. But, so we keep it R1
No, no,
zoning.
they could be sold with the right to do it. If somebody else figured out a way to do it, they could still do it.
Right, but I'm just saying R1
So,
and,
to your point, Ms. Hennessy, if I would not recommend the future land use category going to conservation just based on that exhibit of 1261, because the zoning districts that would mine would only permit the
yeah, for
conservation and
PR.
PR. So that's why I'm recommending that it go to the
I see what you're
low-density
saying.
residential and the
So I think essentially John's amending his the
Yeah.
staff recommendation is actually that it be R1 with a future land use of low-density residential.
Okay, so you're so
Yeah.
you're
That's
taking away
the
your
staff
rule.
recommendation.
Right.
Oh, I wish we don't have to.
I think it's, just personally, I think it's irresponsible to allow for for us to somehow infer that we're okay with development of that parcel of land.
Virtue.
Yeah, I actually agree with Madeline, not actually, I agree with Madeline that I don't think we want to be perceived as in any way encouraging it. I think that conservation is a bridge too far because maybe that might cause some people to think about restricting access down that beach. I think the beach should be an open and active recreation area. And I personally don't see, I mean, we all have flexibility, I think we all know that. I think we should zone it like we think is the right thing to do, which is active and open space. And then if something happens and it gets to put in conservation, we change it. If it gets to be developable, we change it then. But for me, the right thing to do today and for the foreseeable future is have it be active and open recreation space.
As the future land use or the zoning?
the zoning.
Both,
Both?
both.
I agree with you in idealistic principle because I don't think it should be developed, but I think we're going to run into trouble if we take away a developer's rights. They currently have rights on that property, whether we like it or not, and none of us like it, but it is what it is. And I think we might come in trouble if we try to take that, because that's significant economic value we'd be taking away. And I'd love to do it, but I don't think I'd love to put it in conservation, but I hear what you're saying.
And the expectation would be that the buyer would recognize and really value the designation of active recreation and open space. I mean, that's what they know it's there. If somebody comes in and buys it, they'll value that and they'll recognize it.
So what are you suggesting we do?
Leave it as proposed. Yeah.
Active recreation, future land use in
Yeah.
R1?
So-
But that's
so
not what John
the
said.
To Mr. Wilson's point, the staff recommendation would be R1 as the zoning district with the future land use, low-density residential. So, I mean, you guys can amend that, but that would be staff's recommendation.
Any further discussion?
Got a motion?
You haven't heard a motion yet.
Haven't heard a
Yeah, there's no
motion.
motion.
Oh, I'm still in discussions for a phase here. I don't, my hand slapped twice in one meeting. Okay, we have a motion for partial 12B, Captain Sam's, to go to R1 low-density residential.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
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 Okay.
5-2.
Opposed?
I'm sorry, is it 5-2 or 5-3?
2.
I mean,
2.
5-2 or 4-3?
5-2.
Ms. Hennessy opposed, so
5-2.
Just on
4-3.
principle.
Oh, you opposed?
Oh, I
Well,
didn't.
now, hold on, let's get this right.
So I have opposed as Mr. Farrell, Ms. Kay, and Ms. Hennessy opposed.
Okay.
So 4-3, it passed.
Okay.
So the next are two, parcel 16, which is a settlement. This is one discussed during a workshop regarding whether or not this should be going to R1 opposed to being recommended as R2. There is asterisk that staff has included as far as an amendment to our use table and conditions of uses that would just clarify club facilities and spas. Recommendation is for that to R2. I know that at the workshop, there was interest for this to go to R1, which at this time, staff didn't see any issues for that to go to R1. So I don't know if there's questions or. that's
Wait,
it.
are we on item number 4?
From parcel 16.
Parcel 16.
Settlement.
Oh,
And the staff recommendation now is to go to R1, Parks and Recreation.
oh, on the settlement, sorry. Okay, I'm in the wrong spot. Apologies.
Well, you can,
So I'd like to move that we go with staff.
Mike Malcolm?
I'd like to move that we go with staff recommendation to zone that R1.
Second?
Wait, the staff didn't recommend that.
He just
Right.
amended his, yes, he did just amend his.
What I would say that based on the workshop, it was recommended,
Okay.
staff recommendation was R2, correct, Mr.
Yep,
Iwan,
okay,
but
yeah, I
there
remember,
was
I recall now.
amended, yeah, so.
Yeah, I recall now.
With the text amendment to allow the spa to stay where it is.
Is that the motion?
Yes, yes, I'm fine with that.
I'm sorry,
So-
can you repeat the motion?
So I move to follow the amended staff recommendation to zone parcel 16 R1 with the spa
amendment.
amendment approved, attached.
Second.
I just ask you to just clarify that the amendment is actually to the PR category opposed to the R1 category.
John, I have a,
Can't do it again.
John, I think you need to clean this up. It's too confusing. What is staff recommendation?
So, so the recommendation was for it to go to R2/PR with specific categories, the PR category with an amendment to our use table, not use table, but our conditions of use to allow for spas to continue as a use within the PR zoning district. What has been moved by Ms. Kay was that the R1 recommendation from the workshop move forward along with the PR in addition to the text amendment to our conditions of use section.
That's correct.
And I seconded
discussion?
it.
Ms. Hennessy, second.
Ms. Hennessy, second. Okay, thank you.
No further discussion?
What's the future land use? Going to stay the same as the recommendation?
Yeah, so low-density residential, active recreational.
Just to confirm.
John, a question. Is the general store area subject to the town's ordinances?
Yeah.
Yes,
General store area, property, subject to the town ordinances?
yes.
Yes.
So that would be, in somewhat, the proposal here, I believe, would conflict with the language you have, a discussion as to a spa facility. I can get the language. It's limited to that area and no other area.
No, so what, I'll clarify, what,
Shall not be permitted as a freestanding single use and shall only be permitted as accessory. That's a freestanding single use.
I think it's
Up
on
in,
commercial, isn't it?
this,
sorry?
but that's
Just
a
zone commercial.
different zoning district.
It's a
so this
different
would
zoning
be the
district.
Parks and
That's not
Recreation.
that's not a spa. It's not a-
No, what we're saying is that look under commercial, so the
not
general
a
store
personal
zone,
service.
commercial, so that may be a permitted use already.
So
We're
it's
talking
not
about here.
commercial, it's not personal service.
It's commercial
Say,
versus
I
residential.
think it's the definition that's causing the question more than anything else.
John, under, yes, personal spa, permitted by right use in commercial district.
Yes.
So the general store have no impact.
I'm sorry, I think I passed it over to, here.
I think the difference is it's an exception in a residential area, and that's all we're doing is making an exception for it in a residential.
Personal improvement services, including health or physical fitness, is a by right, conditional use in a commercial zoning district. So your question, Mr. Capelli, was saying that the spa would be a single use. Today, it would only have been retail sales, display of stores are only permitted within a designated building for that particular use. So it would be.
It would not fit in any one of those exceptions.
As permitted as accessory to golf courses, resort amenities.
Yeah, but it's not, we're not talking about the golf course. We're talking about the one at general store.
So it would be based on it being within a designated building for that use.
The general store is commercial.
So it's not a spa, it's a commercial. It's not a personal service business, it's commercial.
So I agree with you,
You
Mr.
gotta
Capelli.
distinguish the
I
two
agree
somehow.
that we can probably clean up the language here to read it a little clearer of the intent, but the intent here is to ensure that there would be an allowed use at the PR zoning category. So moving, based
As
on
I said, I
recommendation,
think it's in a
we'll-
definition, right,
we'll
I have no problem.
modify it to read a little bit more clearly, but I think that,
Okay.
Oh.
I'm sorry?
Make it
Yeah.
a special exception that we're, it's allowed to be where it is.
Well, I went, so a special exception, not like the use category, but
Text.
I just wanted to say, when you use the word special exception, that's a different animal, so I just wanted to make sure I understood when you said, make it a special exception.
Word it however you want to just make the settlement R1 and the spa is allowed to be there. So however, the
Right.
correct wording for that.
Yeah, okay.
It could be just amenity facilities with a designated building for such use,
We can work,
opposed to a resort amenity.
I'll work on the language there for that section.
Okay.
Okay.
So can we make a motion to approve the settlement as R1 and
So we have a motion for that.
We have that.
We have a motion and a second for
Second,
R1
yeah.
PR.
We
We
were in
have
a
a second.
discussion.
Do we have a motion and a second for parcel 16 settlement to go to R1? All those in,
And with the PR and PR asterisk.
with the text amendment?
With amended text amendment.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Osprey Beach, which is parcel 41, is currently in our future land use designation, a low-density residential active recreation open space. Current zoning is R1 and C based on amended and restated development agreement. What's being recommended is that that be consistent with the zoning map of low-density residential and our future land, consistent with our future land use map and our zoning map of low-density residential, active recreation and open space, R1 and Parks and Recreation.
is this the beach club? I'm not,
This is the area of the beach club.
so it's currently a beach club, but they could knock it down and put houses there? If it were sold?
Based on the current development agreement, if it were sold, yeah. It could potentially occur.
So do we, given it's there, would we run into problems if we just zoned it as what it is?
This is, the proposed recommendations don't give me any I feel confident nothing as far as what in the future, any concerns of that changing from an intensity of use. This recommendation doesn't do that.
Discussion?
We need a motion first.
Okay. Got a motion on parcel 41?
Let me pull up a
Include
reference.
that parcel that was sold to become a residential,
Yes.
so the parking lot. side of the beach club.
Is that a motion down there?
No, I'm
Not
asking
yet.
a question. John wants to show us the map.
Between you and the microphone, we can't hear.
I'm going to pull up exactly where this is located. Give me 1 second.
John's going to show us on the map. My question was, does this parcel include the lot that was sold next to the beach club that will be developed into a private residence?
Mark?
Want to get it up?
Mark. Here.
The parcel in question is not just the beach club. You know the road that comes off of Ocean Course Drive that goes to the beach club?
Yes.
All the lots that are on both sides of that road are part of the parcel. So the specific lot that you asked about is what's being proposed to be part of the R1 category. All those lots would be R1.
Right.
The PR designation, as I understand it, would be assigned to the beach club.
Okay, thank you.
So I think
With that clarification, do
I
you
think
guys
that-
need, they don't need to see the map anymore?
Okay, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
think that clarifies, so the R1 is necessary as well as the PR.
Yes.
I make a motion that we accept the staff's recommendations and zone parcel 41 as R1 PR with the future land use, low-density residential, active recreation, and open space.
Second?
We have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Excuse me. Do we need I guess we went parcel by parcel. We don't need a whole amendment to adopt I think we, all right. I mean, I think we went rezone them individually. I was gonna say, did we need to all together based on this upcoming amendment for the third? I don't know.
There might be
Okay,
some words of the amendment.
you're right, okay, all right. So based on what has been recommended by the planning commission for the rezonings, these will move on to council for first reading. The recommendations will include some modifications in language based on, I know a few things, particularly on the conditions of use to make sure that language is consistent or edited. But I think we have all the recommendations as far as a future land use designation and a zoning category for all the subject parcels. The final sort of outlay is what's in your materials, ordinance 2023-23. This is in reference to our current ordinance 2013-14. This particular ordinance made the development agreement a part of our zoning code as an appendix. What's being recommended as staff is that that be removed from our zoning code as we move towards the expiration of the development agreement. So this particular amendment or ordinance draft includes language, and we discussed this at our workshop to help tighten this up or at least clarify a few things. First, noting that we do have an existing development agreement, and that development agreement has been amended to change its expiration date, as well as this particular effort now to ensure that that development agreement is now removed from our zoning code. In addition to that, this also takes the existing Freshfields Village zoning standards as that retail village plan development and ensure that that still remains in place. The additional thing that I wanted to clarify from our workshop, the other component to this being the zoning standards applicable to setbacks for residential lots that utilize graphic standards based on that exhibit within the development agreement, that those move forward. And then additionally, what you just voted to recommend would be part of this overall ordinance as far as new zoning designations for those outlying parcels. So that's what this ordinance attempts to accomplish. I understand that there are some wording choice, so I'll go through and make those notes right now for the record that particularly in the purpose section, we want to change that from disconnect to remove the 2013 amended and restated development agreement from the zoning code as an appendix.
And in the fourth whereas, remember, take out that provide, remove, because that was, that was,
yeah,
right,
and-
yeah, provide, remove, that made no sense.
That extra word of provide, and then Ms. Hennessy recommended during our workshop that in the ordinance section, we add to that this ordinance is removing the action from the, add in the ordinance section, the action of us removing the amended and restated development agreement from the zoning code into that section 2. As stated earlier during the workshop, there's not an attached exhibit. Now that we have what those zoning designations will be recommended, we'll provide an updated ordinance and exhibit that shows what the Planning Commission has recommended, and this also needs to be amended. I just have realized that it says just the zoning map. That would also include the future land use map in addition to the zoning map. So what I would,
And this says the town council held a public hearing, so this is just,
so typically this, you
This
guys
is the
would not
word.
have really seen all of these. This would be for the public hearing for town council, but we included it all, those next stages in this particular ordinance.
and that'll be on October 24th. It's on the town council agenda for then.
I didn't hear you.
The October 24th is when this is on the town council agenda.
Yeah, we have public hearings scheduled, but I don't know if it's for these changes. Is it for the last changes that they recommended?
Well,
On the
we
24th?
advertise it for that, so it should be on there, but we'll confirm if it's on there.
So I know we have some things for their last recommendation that's gone forward.
That's true, yeah.
And
So-
so it'll be for that, but anything today, I think we will schedule that maybe next week, so it doesn't look rushed. I don't think the things
John,
that
let
you
me-
guys discussed today would be on for the 24th. That would be the stuff that you recommended before.
Well, this says the 24th, but I think for timing, because don't they have to do 2 readings and get this ordinance done?
Well, this is just, that would just be public, yeah, that'd just be the public hearing and first reading. Second reading still would have to take place. But I don't think it's going to be for anything that was discussed today. It was for maybe other old stuff.
John, having said all that, and with all the changes we considered, except for the 2 properties, Osprey Beach and the settlement, is there any reason those category, or those properties can't be fit in the 2 categories you originally proposed?
I would not recommend that.
Sorry?
I would not recommend changing those,
You wouldn't?
no, sir.
So you'd want, you want what was proposed in those areas to be applicable to everything else?
Those particular sites have been really developed and married to, I think, a land use pattern that's acceptable, like Kiowa, where the club is, the existing, so the zoning changes that that staff recommended essentially married to allow what goes on today. The changes, I think, if we were to move to one of the BW1, BW2, those do allow for multifamily, and I didn't think that would be maybe an appropriate use based on, I mean, I won't say inappropriate. It could be further studied in reevaluating what might occur at each of those sites in the future. But for this exercise, I thought most consistent with what's the land use pattern today was what staff recommends.
Well, I'd like you to think about the possibility, because what I'm seeing is the opportunity to take what has changed for those lots and apply them to other lots, developed or undeveloped.
So the thing that I'll add is, you know that we're underway with our comprehensive plan. And so when we do that, there's still opportunity when we go in and look at our future land use map. we'll be looking at the entire island. So if there's something that we can call out during that time to say, hey, this might be more appropriate for us to change the future land use designation for those parcels. And it could be some of these that we discussed today as well. I mean, it's during that comprehensive plan process, we can do those things.
I think once you get this area developed, you don't want to see the rest of the island go anywhere near it.
John, just for clarification, so I'm thinking through this, and just because it was for the record, what I said. So on October 24th, which is just public hearing, we would have everything that the Planning Commission has recommended to date will be on that schedule, just for public hearing. But the recommendations for the zoning category doesn't have to have first reading at their council's November meeting. They can schedule that at a different.
So we can, once it leaves planning commission recommendation, we can schedule that public hearing on first reading at any time, so.
But this would be, is your idea is to make all of this as part of the public hearing on the 24th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
The
clarify
reason
that.
It took us a little longer to get through all of them, but that's fine. I think we can do them all together.
But Ms. Hennessy, just so maybe understands that even though this information might be part of the public hearing next week, it doesn't mean that council's having first reading on all of it next.
That'll be
the
up to
following
them,
week.
I assume.
Right, correct.
Yeah, that'll be up to them.
Correct.
Do we need a motion on this ordinance to recommend it to town council?
Need a motion to adjourn.
No.
We have not gotten a motion on that.
Yeah, we haven't done we've talked about it. So I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the town council that they accept ordinance 2023-23, subject to the edits that Mr. Taylor is going to make.
Second.
You in favor of that, John?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
All right,
Opposed? Thank
make a
you.
motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Wait, you have
quite.
comments.
We've got a few other things here. But I appreciate your, John, where are you in your agenda now? I'll give you time you need.
So I'll keep my staff comments brief, and then we'll go to public comment.
Okay.
I did have a conversation with Blake, so I have some documents for you as far as the revised edits of the working document of our next draft. I'll send that to you. I'm trying to get all of these things worked out, but I'll send that to you for you guys to look at, and we'll schedule our next meeting hopefully very soon. That's it. I said real brief.
Thanks, John, for all your help and all your work today. Public comments.
Mark Primar, 81 Dungannon Hall. I'm not certain where to begin. The only comment I'll make about the non-conforming, because obviously it fell on deaf ears, is that's a burden that is going to be borne by property owners. And yeah, Mark may have exaggerated with a potential hurricane. And of course, nothing burns down at Kiowa, right? I mean, I think, what are they, 0 for 18 now? But it's an unnecessary action, albeit from a good place. I'm going to defer that you're actually coming from a good place to manage densities and so forth. But to take existing units and add to them, I just don't understand that on behalf of those property owners. And I'm certain that all those property owners have no understanding of what it is. But what it does is place a burden on them to verify that you can replace it exactly the way it was, absent updated building codes. But more importantly, the action that you took on the various parcels adjacent to the general store was very unexpected. It wasn't in any of the preliminary material. That was an action that you took on your own. Parcels 8 and 9 are appropriate for commercial. The existing zoning is commercial on both of those. They're adjacent to an active, not just an office building, but a general store activity that has an influence around it. And opposite, not Riverview, it's not opposite Riverview, it's opposite the main sales office activities. And it has always been commercial, and the site conditions are such that don't lend itself well to residential. So I only say this because we're going to say this at town council meeting, as we're always allowed to do. But to me, there was no fundamental explanation of why that use was changed from existing commercial on both of those parcels. Parcel 8 was C only, and parcel 9 was residential/C, but the active use was C. So, but I do appreciate the time and attention that you've given to all of this effort. There are some key takeaways, but that last one dealing with commercial, I'm not going to use the term downzoning, but you removed the most suitable land use type by history, existing conditions, and anticipated conditions. Thank you very much, though, for the work.
Thanks, Mark. Commissioner comments.
One more comment.
I'm sorry, Lance, go ahead. You got a gold star for being here all day.
I know, I'm keeping cooking recipes.
No, thank you for coming here.
Thank you. And thank you again for your time and consideration today. Just like Mark's comments, I know that we need to be able to take advantage of the process to be on the record, and this is going to council. So wanted to go forward with just a few comments from my perspective. One is a comment was made that the current buildings are being built. I think there's a perception out there of that. I live across from it. I walk my dog through there 5 times a week. Nothing's being built right now. And I say that because I only say this for a perspective of what next comments are going to be. I run a major business that deals with agreements every day and the risk and reward associated with that, and also what you can and what you can't do and when you need to do it by. And the agreement ends in December, and nothing's going to be done by then. So I think there's a presumption being made by the town that because they had this right for 20 years and didn't do it, that ought to play forward. They had 20 years to do it. And so coming up when we talk to council about what the appropriate use should be, considering they didn't take advantage of the time given during the agreement, should be the discussion, not what they didn't do in the past 20 years. A couple other considerations. One is we didn't talk much about residential, and then what does that mean as far as short-term rentals? There's a very big concern in the communities about the 70 to 90, whatever the number ends up being, potentially developed units being short-term rentals, and what that means to traffic and infrastructure and use of the properties in the surrounding communities and the beach and things like that. So perhaps that could be included in the discussion as this goes forward, as it finally gets into council for consideration. One last thing, as somebody who's actually paying very close attention to this, today's meeting and the scope of what was going to be discussed was a surprise when I saw neighbors leaving today. You would have had much better participation, I think, had there been much more notice. There's no signs on Beach Walker that this is being considered. There's no signs coming in towards the gate that this is being considered. I said at the beginning of my last comments that this is perhaps the most consequential decisions being made by the town since the decision to develop Kiowa. What just happened today reinforces that. I think that if you had people standing outside the park gate talking to the traffic that even on a cloudy day and off-season is outside the gate waiting to get on and said that we're making decisions that's going to impact the ability of their grandchildren to use this park, I think you'd have had a room with standing room outside. I don't think the broader island community is aware of the decisions facing the council, and I don't think the surrounding community is aware. So I think that something needs to be done. I get the technicalities of public notification, but as a guy who's looking for it, I'm not finding it easily myself. So I just ask that the town make a more dedicated effort to make sure that the broader community is fully aware of what's afoot and what's being presented for decision, so that we can truly solicit broader comment from the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lance. Commissioner comments, start with Ron.
Nothing to add.
Joanne? Madeline?
Lance, thank you for your comments. My estimation, there's been a lot of communication about these several workshops and this meeting, and geez, I'm sorry if that word is not getting out, but everybody I know was aware of this meeting, concerned about it, and considering whether or not to attend. And most of them couldn't make it, and now that we went so long, I understand why a lot of people had to leave. But I guess as a person kind of attached to the communications group, I'll try to do my best to increase that communication. I think the town does a pretty good job. Coordinate with Kika in terms of the weekly blast, et cetera. So, thank you. And I also want to just publicly thank members of the Inlet Cove, Sparrow Pond community for their intense involvement in this whole process. It's been very worthwhile.
Thanks, Madeline. Larry?
No comments.
Luke?
Just a quick shout out, thanks to Joe Wilson for his guidance in executive session. Thanks again to John Taylor for a ton of work on all this stuff and, dealing with us time and time again over the same issues. So thank you very much for your patience and your diligence.
Andy?
I do have some comments. I don't usually take exception to the public comments that we get. I do want to comment, though, on the emails that we have been getting directly as opposed to coming through the town. That's the case, or email addresses are out there, it's fine. I don't know why we need to reply to everyone when what we're getting is boilerplate from the same group, if you will, with almost a word-for-word reputation or recitation of their views. Commenting to one comments to all in my estimation. But nevertheless, we'll continue to recognize the fact that we get them, and when we get them, we'll respond. The second point, and I want to correct the fact that we didn't seem to give much consideration to what the island has been built as over the last number of years. You may not be aware, but the rights to this property that we were talking about for the last 8 months, and you've had numerous public hearings or open workshops where people have attended, so they know what's going on. The question that nobody seemed to recommend or recognize is that that property was permitted originally as a hotel. You would have had a lot more traffic, a lot more rooms, a lot more concerns about a hotel being on that property than what even was proposed initially. So there was a lot of consideration given to the fact that the rights of property owners are important, the rights of the community is important, and you try to balance those views. Hopefully we come up with something that most people will consider balancing.
Thanks, Andy. Well, it's been a long day. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.